All right. Hello, everyone. I am here for one more hour. One more beautiful hour with Laya Liebeseller. Hi, if you have not been here the rest of the day, I am the project lead of Confluence. And we've done so much. We're officially halfway through our 10-hour stream. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you so much to Dan Minos and Kayla Dice for coming on and doing interviews earlier today. It was a lot of fun. Please go. You can go watch that video right now. I mean, stay live with me here, but also go watch that when you have a chance. Their interviews are great. We also have an introduction of Confluence and some stuff about mechanics and a very hilarious um uh what am I session zero calibration with Sin and me and Ponderkind making weird Stallion twins in a um confluence in Azuria, but still a crossover of Fast and the Furious, Dune, and Mario. How that came to be, I still don't entirely know. You'll have to watch the video to figure it out. But right now, I am gonna do a segment on why we asked for 55K for our backer kit and what that gets you, what that yields for you and for us, and what more can do, as long with some probably some company secrets about future material. If we get funded and we can push a little farther, maybe we can get some of that in the future too. So um where to start? I'm always here to answer questions, so please feel free to post them in chat. um I will answer anything that comes through. I've got chat on my alternate screen, so feel free to come in and talk at me about stuff. Um, so why 55K? So most of the time, you go onto a backer kit, you go onto a Kickstarter, and it's like, give us $3,000, and we will produce this beautiful game with all of this stuff. And then they get a bunch of money and they produce that. And we're talking often about the larger um, indie studios that will do this, right? The really small indie studios, the $3,000 really does go and is able to pay for a lot of the things that they need. But most of us are doing this on a pretty tight budget. So why did we have 55K? That's pretty high for especially a first time publishing a TTRPG, as publishing Goblin, and um, being new to the scene. So what was the logic behind that? Um, so first of all, manufacturing. We do have 6 books, well, 4 books and 2 zines that we are attempting to publish. And on top of that, we wanted to make sure that no matter what we decided to get done, we would have the manufacturing money to do it. So, like if you all push us to 70K and we get our dice, if we get those character journals, that we're able to get everything printed and here and so that just it just costs cash to get that printed. Um, so manufacturing was the first one. Also, backer kit takes a cut, obviously, as does all of our ads and things like that. So we wanted to make sure we could cover all of it so that we could actually produce the thing that we said we were gonna produce in a way that's at least marginally healthy. So that's like kind of a lot of that 55K is just getting the product printed in people's hands, and paying for all the things that go along with putting out a backer kit. Um, but the next part of it is the future. So one of the things, if you've been paying attention to our other streams, or other interviews and that kind of stuff that we've been doing, especially over the last month, we've talked about the ethos of our company. And a lot of that comes down to taking care of our people as people first rather than workers. Um, and although we work in capitalism, really saying, what can we do to subvert some of capitalism's worst impulses, which is to treat people as workers first and either never see their humanity or see their humanity as second. Um, I'm an academic, and so we see this in academia all the time. We see people as students first and then as human beings. And that never sat well with me either. So, seeing people and then all of the other things that they are, understanding that human beings have needs, and being able to take care of our team members the best we can, um, really is paramount for us. Being able to create a team culture that really supports each other is really important for us. Being able to say, like, generally, when you have a um, a creative work like this, you kind of have the people at the top who say, okay, this is what we're doing, this is what we need. Okay, writers, here's the prompt. Please write to this prompt, send it in. We'll edit it however we want, and then we'll ship it out. And your name's going to be on it. And sometimes you see it edited before it goes out and you get approval, and sometimes you don't. And we wanted to do something different. In part because Confluence as a TTRPG is um, deeply about diaspora. It is deeply about cultures coming together and cultures clashing. It is deeply about really thinking critically beyond where we are now and being able to see alternate futures and alternate ways of living, while also um, seeing the ways in which things can even as we dream of new ways, can be corrupted, and where are the pitfalls, and um, where are the vagaries, right? And being able to explore both, um, both hoping for a different way and also understanding where we are. And in order to do that, we have to have a lot of different perspectives. We can't do it just um, with one person or even a small group of people. Certainly not a small group of people who share most of the same traits. We need people that are international. We need people that are from many walks of life. We need people that have a lot of different jobs. We need people that have a lot of different religious backgrounds. And so we went searching to create a team that had that, which is one of the reasons why our team is so big. But when you have a team and you're trying to get their perspective as you're making things, you cannot have this kind of top down process. It does need to be more consensus driven. It does need to be um, more driven by collective thoughts and actions and a collective ethos, being able to bring all those perspectives together and work together as a team, um, which is not an easy feat. We really had to work really hard as individuals and as a team to make that happen. Hasn't always been perfect. And has produced a lot of slowdowns, a lot of times when it really would have been faster for someone to just say, hey, look, this is what we're doing, move forward. Um, and us having to stop and take the time and say no, we're going to find a way forward together, and we're going to make decisions based on kind of these um, collective conversations that we had about who we are as a team, what our game is, and how we're moving forward. And all of that, unfortunately, because we are in capitalism, costs cash, especially when you're trying to pay a living wage instead of 10 cents a word. So we pay by the hour. Right now, we pay $25 an hour. Um, and a lot of what we have done, so this project has been going for almost 3.5 years now is when we started the team in June of 2021. So almost 3.5 years. We brought people on in kind of two big waves, one wave a year essentially. Um, and I think that um, that has so yeah anyway that has produced a thought process of not just right now but also in the future. um what are we doing now? And that is putting out Motley Coast, and we're putting out the first edition of the rules, and that's all going out in this backer kit. If you haven't, produced it, send it out. Or we haven't produced it, sent out. What am I talking about? Sorry, it's been a long day. If you have not backed it yet, please go check it out and back it if you have. Um, the cash for it, or just throw us $5 in the Goblin's thanks if you want to just back the ethos of the project. Um, yeah, so th- we have material for Motley Coast, but that's not the only material that we had. To give you a history that you'll probably hear a couple of different times as some other interviews are coming out in the next week or so, um, is that Seven Dane Asmund is the owner of Publishing Goblin and is the originator of the ideas of the world of Confluence, who hired a team to take those ideas, which they have been working on since they were 17, so more than half their life at this point, and take all of those ideas and put them into a game, but also change them to be more ethical, to be more diverse, to be more um, inclusive of many ways of thought. And what that means is that we started with an insane amount of material. And we have to continue with an insane amount of material. We're starting with one region of one continent. There are 6 continents, and on those continents, there are at least 3 regions apiece. I think one of them has 6, another one of them has 5, and the other 4 have 3. Three. Oh no, there are a lot, is what I'm saying. There are a lot of different regions, and that doesn't even really include the some of the larger swaths of water we want to cover as well. So there's just a lot. There's just so much material. We have worked on 4 continents of material at this point. Only Motley Coast is finished, but all like so much of it already has either little pieces or very large pieces of writing included. Because what we were thinking as we were putting all of this together was we don't want this to just be one region or one continent and then be done. We want to be able to think about the future and really consider like where we're going and what we're doing and um, make sure not only that we get to do those things, like write those things and finish those things in the future, but that the the Motley Coast as it is now and the material that we are publishing now is also impacted by some of that future work, because what's going on in all of the regions is also impacting Motley Coast. Motley Coast is a trade like is a huge trade hub, Motley Coast City in particular, but Motley Coast as a region trades with the entire world of Azuria. And because of that, um, there's just it has to be impacted by the rest of the world. But we only have Motley Coast complete. So how do you create these connections, like these future connections with material that might not be published for 4 or 5 years, if we're honest, depending on how fast we can do it and if we get to do it at all. Um, well, you have to write some of that. You have to be thinking about that. You have to have some of the histories of those places, some of the cultures of those places, some of the people of those places, some of the magics and technologies of those places need to be not fully fleshed out, but marginally fleshed out. So we have been working um, on all of that for the last 3 years. And decided to put out the Motley Coast now so that we could continue funding this team. Seven has been funding this team originally with the Alleyman Tarot money that came in. They started this team. That was the seed money for this team and has since been funding this project with a lot of their other projects, which have done fairly well and have allowed us to continue on. But now it is our turn as the Confluence team and also as a project to make some of that cash so that we can continue going. So what that 55K does is it starts us on our starts us forward on being able to do that, to be able to fund our team, to be able to say yes, this is viable. Not only that Confluence as a game is viable, but that the way that we have constructed our team, and the values that we have attempted to instill in that team um, are also viable as a way of functioning. So, 55K base is what we absolutely need to get this to you. Without that, it cannot get on your shelves. We cannot get it sent and shipped to your house. So that's what that 55K does. It gets Motley Coast to you. Um, but what about the future? So this finishes up Motley Coast, gets us where we need to go there. If we can get beyond that 55K though, if we can move ourselves beyond that minimum, we can start to think about what that future material looks like. Um, we have, I think, 4 other regions, well, five other regions that have quite a bit of material fleshed out already. Some of which already has art that has gone into it. A lot of the ephemera from that you see in Motley Coast has been made for some of these other regions, and I would really like to get that out there. So getting beyond that 55K allows us that. Um, Sin asks, what are the challenges of a project that involves multiple books? Oh my god. Okay, so um, that's a phenomenal question because when we started, there were two books. Dose. um, we had a player SL guide, and then we also had the Atlas. And those were our two books. We only had those. We had nothing else. Uh, that was it. That was going to encompass everything. And then as we were writing the Atlas, we were like, well, I don't know if we can put everything in this atlas that we want to put into this. Like, how are players going to really know about lineages? Do we want that in the player book? We are like, no, we don't want that in the player book. So where does it go? Like, would the Akari archive really like organize it that way? I don't think so. And then we decided to take a character out of Seven's book of characters, of which there are many, many, and we pulled Sujata, who is a engineer who can hop worlds, and there's a lot of mysteries with Sujata that you will be able to follow. If you are really into mysteries, follow the Min Chronicles. Written by Sin, because those have so many of those mysteries, little that will be fleshed out, little puzzles for you to figure out, um, that may come out in Sin's mysteries, but may also, or Min's mysteries, but may also come out in the books if you look for them hard enough. If you put together all the little puzzle pieces, you'll be able to figure out what's going on and who Sujata is. Um, but Sujata is going around Confluence and categorizing it. So, going from place to place, going from people to people, and saying, okay, what are the magics and technologies and various powers here, which we call anomalies? Um, and what are the various lineages and their histories, the various eras and that those histories? How do those histories come into Confluence itself? And that's what Sujata's journal is that it is more distilled information, really kind of for the players to be able to say, okay, so if I want to play a goblin, this is a perspective of that I could take for that. If I want to play a Salian, this is how they function to an extent within Confluence. Now, all the lineages are impacted by where they are at. So it's not like you like all goblins are the same across all of Azuria. Um, there are lots of differences, and you come with as a character, you come with being impacted by the place that you grew up, as well as the body that you grew up in, um, and the various cultures that cross over with that. Um, so we decided to make Sujata's journal. Um, that was fairly early on, if I remember correctly. And then as a mechanics team, we were like, how do we actually organize this information? And now I'm going to forget the name of the game, but there is a game that breaks all of its information up into four different books, um, which has like the GM's guide and the player guide and like a powers guide and then something else. And we decided we wanted to break up our books as well, in part because some of our stuff just there was just a lot of information, and it was going to be a lot of information to try and digest in one text. Um, and so we ended up splitting all of our stuff up a lot, and then we have like brought it back together as players have given us feedback. So now the player guide and the SL guide are in one text, and the catalog um, of lists is in another. And then we have two zines, which hold our calibration, which is our session 0 or first session walkthrough. It helps you set up characters, set up your group, and get involved with the world. Also teaches you some of the mechanics along the way. And then, so you want to build it, which is a guide for actually building your own mechanics within Confluence. And what are the difficulties of that? I mean, I think the biggest difficulty, honestly, is keeping track of where all of the information is and how many times you're actually giving the same information over and over again. Because you do have to restate some things, like in calibration. If we're going to talk about focuses, we do have to talk about focuses a little bit, and then we also have to do that in the in the player guide, and then we also have to do that in the SL section, and then we also have to do that in the so you want to build it, and so it is everywhere. Focuses are in every single book. So if you change something about a focus, like about how focuses work, you not only have to change it in the main book, you also have to change it in all of the other books. And then if it changes something inherent about that mechanic, you also have to change it in the atlas. Figuring out how to shift mechanics after you have things written, hard. That I think is number one for me. Um, Number two, though, is also just figuring out where you have to put explanations, whether or not you need them in all the places that you have them, and what is different about each of your explanations. Like, why is it there? Like, really having to have a logic of, like, okay, in this type of instructions, I need to talk about focuses this way, but in this type of instructions, I need to talk about it this way. And not only like do you not want to repeat yourself too often, but you also want to make sure that people have all the information and don't have to go to multiple places to learn all the information that they need. But you also have to think about exactly how you're presenting that, like who's going to be reading it. What a story leader needs to know is a lot different than what a player needs to know about a lot of the mechanics and how to use them. And you also don't want to be Shadowrun. Right? Like on top of this, you also don't want to be. I mean, I love Shadowrun as a game. It's a sci-fi game that was published many years ago now. But they came out with a 20th anniversary copy that basically told you at the back, like, here are all the different places that you can find information about all of these different things. And the issue with that is that in a lot of their books, like the reason they needed to do that in the first place was because in a lot of their books, they'd have like this, here's this power. Now go to this other book to learn more about this power. And then you go to this other book and you read this thing. And it'd be like, okay, now that you've read this thing, go to this other book and read this other thing about this thing. And then it was like, okay, you've done that, but now like go back over here. And not all the questions were always answered about everything. And like you were like, that actually didn't give me all the information I needed. And you were like trying to juggle so much at the same time because that game in particular is incredibly dense as a system. And so you also don't want to do that. You don't you also don't want to end up with players having to have three books open to understand one concept. Um, so yeah, having this many books is a lot. It's a lot, but it's also we have reasons for each of the books and why they exist and why they're separate and what that does at the physical table. I think that's probably the second thing that is like um probably the second thing that is the hardest is trying to move from like when you have such a very physical game that you expect multiple books to be open with, that you how that transfers into digital play is also kind of difficult. So I'm really glad that we're going to have alchemy as a VTT, and I'm really hopeful for the future web tools that we will make, because I think that's going to make it a lot easier for digital play, because right now you have to have multiple PDFs open, and that can be a lot. um, so I am hopeful for some future tools on that one. So we've got two more questions. What book was the hardest to write, and what's the current percentage of completion of the different books? So that's hard to determine, right? In part because we did get our feedback back from beta test one, and we will get more feedback from beta test 1.5. Um, so in terms of the um, completion of the mechanics books, I'd say for like the main player and story leader guide, which is the Confluence guide to the archive, I want to say that's probably 75 to 85% complete. Um, I would say calibration is pretty darn close. I would say that one's closer to 95. We do have it laid out already. It is probably going to change some still as our mechanics shift, but that is like that is pretty darn complete. Um, our catalog of lists needs more lists, but is also pretty close to done. I think that there are facets that we need to edit and also callings we need to add. But I would say that one 65 to 75% complete. Um, and the So You Want to Build a Guide is the one that is the least complete. So we have a base for that. But as our mechanics change, that's the book that's going to change the most. So it is the book it's this the zine we're going to finish with. That'll be the last thing we do because all of our other mechanics need to be set before we can really write a how do you build it yourself guide, which makes sense. The atlas, I would say 75 to 80% done. We do already have that one laid out, but we do want to add a lot to it. Um, there are quite a few changes that we want to make to that one. So I expect that one to change quite a bit. And Sujata's journal, that's a really great question. I actually have no idea. That one could change wildly. It could actually be 20% done, or it could be basically complete and it could, it could be 80 or 90% done. I think that will be um, really up to the next couple of months and what that brings. Um, so, yeah. Which one was the hardest to write? I don't know. They're pretty much all equally difficult, I think. Um, well, now that the story leader guide is a part of the player guide, I can say that. But if the story leader guide was still its own book, that one by far hardest one to write, hardest one to write. And I don't know why. I don't think I'll ever understand why that one is the most difficult. But wow, for our team, that has been really hard to work on. So that piece of it has been difficult. But I think it's come a long way and I kind of like where it is. I know that we have more to go on that section. But yeah. Anyway, um I think I'm going to do my outro now. Because we do have to set up for our next show. And we can direct you to a bunch of stuff. So I know I've said this a couple of times today already, but I'll go through it one more time just for you all. um, all right. So if you want to back this now, I will post the link. Um, Please go back it now. We are at 49,355. We need 4 more people to get to our next achievement. So, our next achievement is the third location getting the 10 things to do in treatment. So, our Motley Coast City has a pamphlet layout that is 10 things to do in Motley Coast City. Now, there are lots of different hooks and things that are in every city, but or in most locations. But this one is particularly fun um and just really in world. Like, it really, I think, brings you into that location in a way some of our other stuff doesn't. So we decided that we would have a series of achievements that give this 10 things to do in treatment to more places. So every 25 backers for a little while we'll be adding another location to those 25 um or so sorry to those that list of locations getting the 10 things to do in. You also get to decide what order those happen in. So if you go to our back page and you go into the community section, um, you will find a poll that's asking you what location do you want 10 things to do in, and yeah, that's the order we will go in. We'll get as many on that list as we possibly can, but who knows how many that's really going to be. All right, what else? Oh, we have a poll for lineages. Rate your lineage. We are in a bracket system right now, and Unlelo and Alfira are up. So our two cutest lineages are duking it out right now. So go vote on that today. I think today is the last day on that particular poll. And there will be a crowned winner lineage at the end of all of this in 6 days when our backer kit ends. So stay tuned for that. We still have quite a few of the interesting bundles left. We have one more touched Atlas bundle. We have 11 more all in touched Atlas bundles. We have some more of the get pulled into Azuria and all in get pulled into Azuria bundles. I've explained that one a few times, but I don't think I'm going to do it again. If you know any retailers you want to see this book in, do send them an email and let them know we exist. We do have a retailers bundle that does secure them a real nice price for all of our stuff. So yeah, or if you are a retailer yourself, please go check out the retailer bundle and give us an email if you have any questions about it. All right, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna let Kandi set up with 7. The rest of the day is what do we have? Four more segments left now. Um, the Other Worlds of Publishing Goblin with 7 Dane Asmund, an interview with designers of Fatebound, where we will discuss more about the fate of those who dream, an adventure that will combine our systems and also give you some spoilers for some future material. Um, a pronunciation with the history of and the history of Motley Coast with Kandi Williams and Shubham, and the last one will just be a hangout with the Confluence Crew, which I will probably be back for. So you'll see me one more time tonight, but I am outsies for the next 3 hours. So have a good night, everyone, um, and I will talk to you later. Thank you so much.
Alrighty. Oh, that's right. Hello, everybody. We are back. A little bit of a change in the schedule. Instead of 7, we are here with Scott from Erie Games. Scott's going to talk to us about Fatebound, our cross collab partner on BackerKit. So, Scott, if you would please introduce yourself.
Scott Falzone. I wrote Fatebound. I wrote a few other games too, but Fatebound's what's currently going on the crowdfunding. I've been gaming since the mid '80s, so I've been gaming for a little while. Um, and about 2 years ago, I decided to finally dip my toes into making my first game, and I created Para, and now I have Fatebound in the works.
All right. And real quick, I was on way earlier this morning, so just to, I guess, reintroduce myself. I am Kandi. I am the lore QA lead for Confluence. And yeah, we're really excited to have Fatebound as our cross collab partner. Um, Looks like a amazing game and is tarot based, which works with the history of publishing Goblin. So if you
Yeah, I thought that
want,
was very exciting when I found that out when you
yeah,
guys did the deal.
yeah,
I thought that
absolutely. All right. So can you tell us about the rest of your team, because you are not alone on Erie Games?
was. So I have Daisha, who basically handles all our social media stuff and kind of coordinates our various streams and whatnot.
Hmm.
And then I also have Dell, who is kind of our project manager, but he's also the GM for our stream. So we stream Tuesdays and Thursdays.
Okay.
We have a para game ongoing. We just finished a Fatebound mini campaign and just running through typically our different games and whatnot. So, and then I'm just responsible for design.
Hmm.
And then where necessary, we farm stuff out like art. We
Hmm.
hire a lot of artists and whatnot to take that over. Specifically, a really awesome artist in England, Hannah. She's done most of the art for Fatebound and all of the art. So, no, most of the art for Power
Mm.
and all of the art for Fatebound. There we
All
go.
right. Yeah, the art looks amazing. Very it fits the game very well. It looks like so.
Thank you. Yeah,
Yeah.
one of the most fascinating things I've seen so far with from an art perspective is when your artist and our artist were working together for the
Hmm.
collab
Yeah.
piece. I was just like, because as a non visual artist person, I was just like, wow, this is just really cool.
Yeah, the art came out so good. I'm so glad they got to collaborate on something, and that we'll get to use it for the adventure that we have working on together. So, can you tell us a little bit more about? Well, actually, first off, so Fatebound does end the same day that we do on November the 15th.
Correct.
I believe you hit your last stretch goal a few days ago, the
Yesterday,
10K.
yeah, it's very
Yes,
exciting. So we hit our
yes. All
last
right.
ship goal yesterday, and
Congratulations.
yeah, we're pretty pumped, and we're very excited to be collabing with Confluence because it just looks really cool.
Yeah.
And I think although they're radically different games, I
Hmm.
think they kind of really line up well with each other. So it's kind of cool.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
yeah.
All right. So, could you tell us about more about Fatebound? A little bit of the setting, maybe the
Mm,
mechanics, how that works out.
sure. So, well, just how Fatebound kind of started.
Hmm.
So, I'm an English literature major, so that
Hmm.
doesn't really have a lot of real world uses, sadly. It should, but it doesn't.
Right.
But many, many, many years ago, I was writing a book, and the book was about fates,
Hmm.
which are these magical, witches who hunt down renegade witches. And I had this whole thing planned out. And like a lot of budding authors, it really didn't go anywhere. But I had lots and lots and lots of notes for it.
Hmm.
And then after Power and Survivor Sorority, which is another game we wrote, I was trying to figure out what to do. I came out with Fates. And then during playtesting, I realized that it would be a lot more interesting to kind of bring that down a level to like when they're training to become Fates.
Hmm.
So Fatebound is about really, really young witches. But the school is for 13 to 17-year-olds. but it's kind of really, I mean, you could play anywhere within that realm, but it's kind of geared to playing 13 and 14-year-olds. And it's really about the juxtaposition about like innocence of children in this rather dark government run military school that's training them to one day basically be these special witches called fates who are going to hunt down other witches and enforce the council's, edicts, in this case, the
Mm-hmm.
government of witchdom.
Right.
So it's kind of like, I don't know. The best way I could describe it is like, so in the play test, what we've experienced it because we play tested this a few times,
Mm-hmm.
you get a lot of like these 13 and 14-year-old witches that are like, hey, you want to come over to my dorm on Saturday and we could watch a movie and I'll bring candy and this and that. And then we could figure out how to take down this other group of witches because the school is highly competitive and very, very brutal.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's just kind of like that whole mix. And what I was really shooting for was kind of a spin off of your just the very typical trope of a magic school.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of just wanted to do it like they kind of bring in a lot of dark academia into that and kind of tie the two of them together.
Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, I
Yeah.
think that's a really good
Um,
like theme for it. Like it's just gonna mesh really well. I think a lot of people are gonna enjoy like playing teenage
yeah,
witches.
thank you. Yeah, in the play tests, it's been going pretty cool. Like even some people who were kind of like at first like, well, I don't really want to play a 13-year-old,
Yeah.
are now like, I'm a 13-year-old. So, um, so two of my passions, or one of them, obviously, since I've been playing since the 80s,
Mhm.
is role-playing games. Another one of my passions is like tarot cards and the whole, tarot mystical elements. And so I really, especially with a witch game, I wanted to integrate that.
Mhm.
So for Fatebound, it's a completely diceless system. There are no dice. Um, when you want to do an action that requires some kind of resolution mechanism, you actually do a three-card draw with the tarot deck, and based off of the cards you draw and your abilities, you get X number of successes.
Mhm.
Um, successes could be zero if you draw really, really badly.
Yeah.
You know, two is considered average. So, like, if you're trying to do something average, you need two successes to do it. And then the harder you try to do something, the higher up on the scale it gets. And basically, anything above six successes is considered like insane, like once in a lifetime kind of thing, pulling it off.
Mm. Mhm.
Um, but I really wanted to make sure I incorporated because the tarot deck isn't just about a bunch of numbers or a resolution system or a probability mechanic. It's also you have the whole rich history of the tarot as a divination tool.
Right.
So we worked really hard to make sure that we added a lot of narrative elements to this.
Mhm.
So there's you do three cards, and the first one is background, the second one is action, and the last one is opposition.
Mhm.
When a major arcana comes up into one of those slots, if it's the first two slots, the players get to narrate things in based on which of the two slots it is and which card they drew.
Mhm.
And then obviously, if it goes in the opposition, it's against the player. So that allows the GM to narrate something in as well. And as somebody who's really into tarot, I think it's very, very cool how often cards come up that are so wildly appropriate for what's going on. It's kind of amazing. And then you're watching how the players like interpret that and bring it into the narration.
Mhm.
It just gets really, really cool because it really, really enhances the whole shared storytelling feel of role playing games.
Yeah. Definitely sounds like it. Do you have a
Hmm.
question? So, if you have players that aren't really familiar with like tarot and how to like read cards and things like that, how easy is it for someone like that to get into your game?
I actually made it really, really simple. So
Okay.
one, the game comes with a cheat sheet. Basically, this, and it's like a sentence and a half, maybe two sentences at most. This card means this
Mm-hmm.
for the for the 22 major arcana. But to make it even easier for newer players, what the rules state is you can either do it off of the meaning of the card, the name of the card, or the artwork on the card.
Yeah.
So if someone doesn't know anything about tarot, they could look at the picture and say, well, how would I take this picture and kind of use it to, narrate something into the scene?
Yeah, that's really
Or
cool.
the names, even like the major arcana strength.
Hmm.
I mean, that's probably one of the easier ones to maintain, but like, you're trying to break down the door and you draw strength. The way you draw it could mean different things. Like if you draw it into the background, you could say, well, just as I'm about to break down the door, I noticed there's a fire axe on the wall, utilizing the strength tarot card that the major arcana that you drew. So,
Hmm.
you know, I've actually played this game a lot with a
Hmm.
lot of different people, and some people with very little experience with tarot. I mean, very little experience with tarot. And I've noticed two things. One, people pick it up really, really quickly, and the number of people that I've kind of spurred to go out and buy a tarot deck, I should get some kind of like feedback for
Yeah,
some kind of
that's
kickback for this. But yeah, so
that's
I tried to make it very, very easy,
yeah.
giving you multiple ways to interpret the card and narrate it into the system.
Yeah, I like that you can use the art to figure
Mm.
out where you want to go, because playing different tarot decks could actually make the game
Mm.
go in completely different
Oh,
directions. This is really
absolutely.
cool.
And one of the things I really stress with people is, I mean, there's so many different tarot decks with so
Hmm.
many different art styles. Um, and I own way too many tarot decks. Like one person should not own this many tarot decks. Um, the one thing I always tell people when picking out a tarot deck, whether you're buying it or borrowing one of the ones that I actually allow people to use,
Hmm.
is uh, is you need to pick a deck that you really vibe with. So like
Yeah.
look at the art and say, hey, does this like kind of fit, either my general vibe or the vibe of the character that, you know, I'm going to be playing in the game. And I think it kind of helps people connect with their characters, the whole general
Yeah.
vibe of the deck.
Yeah, I can see people like if they do a different game with a different character, possibly getting a whole different tarot deck, because you're like, okay, this character's a whole different vibe, and so now you're collecting tarot decks like you would dice.
No, that's what I mean. That's definitely what happened. A lot of my standard playtesters now own multiple tarot decks, and
Yeah.
it's cool because it's also just sharing another hobby that, something else I'm very, very passionate about. So and it does give that collectability feel of almost like collecting dice,
Hmm.
you know. Plus, as I tell everybody, a tarot deck is basically like an art book.
Hmm.
You have
Oh yeah.
78, you know, you have 78 pieces of art in each one of them, and some of them are truly gorgeous.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. I've seen some
Mm.
amazing decks.
Yeah.
All right. We got a comment in chat. One person should own all the tarot.
Uh,
So I've also have 20 plus decks myself, so I hear you. Yeah.
oh yeah, no, I'm past that realm, but yeah,
Yeah,
it's
sure. I am
well,
sure. Okay.
now I have an excuse because I do cons and things like that. So I have to
Mm-hmm.
bring enough decks to the people who are
So
playing my
they,
games.
yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. It's an excuse. It's nice to have an excuse when I'm buying more and more decks and
Absolutely. Just, lay out like 20 decks. Which one fits your character, fits your vibe?
yeah.
It's very
So
cool. All right. So in Fatebound, you have different types of witches.
correct.
Yeah, can you tell us about some of the different types of witches that you have?
Sure. Um so the most standard witch, although they're one of the more powerful witches just because of their abilities, are hereditary witches.
Hmm.
That means, like one of your parents was a witch and their parents were a witch, and your family's basically been witches for many, many, many generations.
Hmm.
And that's kind of like the blue bloods of witchdom. Although they are probably one of the more common types of witches, they're very, very fiercely proud of being hereditary witches, and a lot of them will look down on other types of witches.
Yeah.
Um, they have way more social abilities or advantages than other witches, like backgrounds within the greater community. whether it be in the political structure or in the school, or maybe they know somebody who's actually like, their mother or their uncle's a fate. And they have much more structured education, so they actually start the game with the most spells.
Mm-hmm.
So in Fatebound, you could just cast magic based off of your different craft types you want.
Mm-hmm.
That's no problem. But when you put something into a spell, you're basically making a rote that you could use much easier. So having spells is advantageous. So other witches, even though they have last spells, they could still cast, but maybe not as fluently as a hereditary witch who starts with, I think, 5 spells,
Mm-hmm.
which is pretty sizable number considering they're 13.
Yeah.
So um, then next on the list are Fey-blooded witches. So this is, I need to kind of preface this because it feeds into some of the other things. So
Mm-hmm.
in Fatebound, although there are witches and they are highly magical, most of the magic that used to permeate the world is now gone.
Mm-hmm.
So most mythological beings, what are considered mythological beings, a lot of them actually existed within the world of Fatebound,
Mm-hmm.
but they could no longer survive with the limited magic that now exists on this plane. So they've kind of all moved off into the Twilight realms. So there's not many that are actually left on this plane of existence because it can't sustain them.
Right.
So a Fey-blooded witch is a witch whose ancestor many, many, many years ago was actually a Fey.
Mm-hmm.
So they have a lot of Fey features. They could have some Fey abilities. They could look very Fey-like. I mean, there's a lot of flexibility within the system, but you're definitely in the realm of you are a descendant of a full-born Fey. And Fey within a full, like if you ran into an actual Fey in Fatebound, you better hope he's your friend because they're very magical beings. They're very powerful. So that
Yeah.
kind of trickles down through the bloodline into the Fey-blooded witches.
That's cool.
Um, on the opposite end of the spectrum from a Fey-blooded witch is a demonic witch.
Mm-hmm.
These are witches who have an ancestor that was a full-on devil or demon, an infernal being. And similar to the Fey-blooded, a lot of those abilities have trickled down the bloodline. They could look fairly demonic. Um, they have a lot of demonic, they have access to a lot of demonic abilities naturally.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so, I mean, so you kind of have those two there. In a lot of ways, they're just kind of spin-offs of hereditary witches because they just have these ancestors.
Mm. Yeah.
But they're also not as blue-blooded as a hereditary witch because a hereditary witch would look down on them because they're
Mm-hmm.
really not pure witches.
Right.
They would kind of view it like that. Um, then the other one in the core rulebook is a firstborn witch.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a witch who is basically the first witch in their family. Um, they were found by what they're called reapers. Reapers are witches who go out in the world and look for firstborns to bring them into witchdom and train them.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so um, firstborns don't start with any spells. All the other witches start with spells, but they have a lot of wild magic and they could do a lot
Oh,
of really
nice.
wild things that other witches can't do because they kind of have this connection to completely wild magic,
Mm-hmm.
which could also be really bad at times because it's wild magic. So
Yeah.
you could see where that could kind of just go. Um, and then we have shadowborn witches. Shadowborn witches are kind of unique in the world of witchdom because they're not actually native to this plane. These are beings
Mm-hmm.
that came from the Twilight realms.
Mm-hmm.
So they look like well, they mostly look like humans, but they have a lot of Twilight features, and they're able to tap into the Twilight realms to use their abilities. They are probably the most. No witches are like outcast, but they're the witches that are probably the most kind of like avoided because they're kind of mysterious and they come from a place that's within witchdom is a big no-no. You're not supposed to go into the Twilight realms. You just
Mm-hmm.
that's one of the edicts, the covenants of witchdom is, the Twilight realms is there and our realm is here and they do not come together. And then the last of the backgrounds for witches are elemental kin.
Mm-hmm.
Elemental kin are basically similar to Fey-blooded witches and demonic, except they are descendants from elementals.
Right.
So there are different types of elemental kin. You could obviously be fire, you could be water, earth. I mean, there's all these different types, and their abilities and their appearance are kind of shaped by which element they kind of descend from.
Mm-hmm.
So those are kind of the different witches you could choose to play. And each one of them kind of has advantages and disadvantages, whether it be more spells, more social things from like what the hereditary witches have,
Mm-hmm.
where like if you go to like demonic witches, they're a lot stronger and a lot more durable, and they have access to some infernal abilities. So they all kind of balance out, but in pretty different ways with their own strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah. Yeah, every single one of them sound really cool. So I definitely,
Oh,
when I
thank
jump
you.
into it, I definitely want to play several of them.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And then the other thing I just want to throw out there, since
Yeah.
we kind of went through this whole thing,
Mm-hmm.
is the game comes with supplements. Well, you
Mm-hmm.
have the option in the crowdfunding to buy supplements.
Right.
One of the supplements allows you, instead of playing Fatebound students, to play actually full-blown Fates
Mm-hmm.
that are out hunting renegade witches.
Mm-hmm.
The other one, which I'm actually think is really, really cool, is you can actually, like I mentioned before, Reapers.
Mm-hmm.
In the other supplements, you play Reapers, and
Oh
you're going out in
wow.
the world and you're looking for firstborn witches and stuff like that. That I really have a little special passion for that because I just think the whole concept of it's cool and developing it and whatever. And then the very, very last thing that just became a reality yesterday was the last stretch goal.
Mm-hmm.
Is now we have a final supplement, which are Twilight Wardens, and Twilight Wardens are the witches that make sure the Twilight stays here, and our realm stays here, and never shall the two meet.
Right.
So they deal with a lot of, bleed over from the Twilight realm and containing issues and containing creatures from those realms.
Right. Yeah. Um. Okay. Do you have like a favorite out of like all of the witches in the supplements? Do you kind of have one that's sort of like just at the top for you, like your most
Well,
favorite?
if we're looking at the supplements, I
Yeah.
really like the Reapers.
Yeah.
They're kind of like witch social workers, but it's not that cut and dry because you're dealing
Yeah.
with the first one, so you're dealing with wild magic.
Mm-hmm.
And you're also dealing with the fact that there might be somebody else out there trying to recruit these firstborn witches, because some of them could be insanely powerful because they basically have access to raw magic.
Right. Right.
So that's probably my favorite. I mean, out of the different options. Yeah.
All right. All right. We have a question from Sin in chat. Let's see. Is there a part of Fatebound that you haven't talked about much, but want to talk about a little bit more?
That I haven't talked about much. Well, see, the thing is, and I think you have a pretty good idea with this with Confluence, because I've
Yeah.
I've gotten a pretty good feel for Confluence and over our collab.
Mm-hmm.
Is I like touched on a lot of different aspects of Fatebound,
Mm-hmm.
but there's like so much more underneath it. Like talking about the Twilight Realms is like, oh, there's the Twilight Realms, but that's like a
Right.
whole
Whole other. Yeah.
huge, huge thing. Um, with all these different creatures, some from our mythology, and then others
Mm-hmm.
that are just these really crazy magical things.
Yeah.
Um, so it's kind of hard because there's so much lore in certain parts of these.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Twilight Realms are definitely on the heavier end of, oh my God, there's a lot there
Yeah.
because you're dealing with these magical realms that are they're wholly own entities.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so like I've talked a lot about touching on individual parts, but like almost any individual part has
It's
like
even
just
more. Yeah.
so many sub levels. One of the things I probably should point out is
Mm-hmm.
there is a bit of asynchronous play
Mm.
in the game when it comes to magic because there are different types of magic.
Right.
So there's craft magic, which is more traditional witchcraft, and that's where the spells come from.
Mm-hmm.
Or even if you're if you're casting a magical spell off of the top of your head, you're using crafts. So you have these very structured things that you're like these rote things that you're following. And that's where you do your 3 card draw, which is what's used in most of the game.
Right.
But there's another thing called circle magic.
Mm.
In circle magic, it's much more raw magical powers, which Firstborn have a lot more connection to, and they actually start with more than the other witches. That's kind of their advantage.
Mm.
But with that type of magic, with circle magic, you don't do a 3 card draw. You just do a single draw, and then it's based off of your circle ability score
Mm-hmm.
and that draw, and that just is to kind of feed into the more random. This is just like raw wild magic. So it's a much more simplified version because you just don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, yeah.
And if you draw that 1 card and it's a major arcana, it actually has a little bit more significant impact than a lot of like that would happen in a 3 card draw, which that has its own. I mean, it still follows the same thing. You could use the name, the picture, the thing,
Yeah.
but there's some rules that kind of clarify. Okay, in regards to this thing, this has this kind of impact.
Okay. All right. um,
So
yeah. Were there any other types of magic? You were saying that
oh,
sort of
it's
those main two.
so so it's craft magic, which is
Mm-hmm.
more traditional magic,
Right.
and circle magic,
Which is
which is raw
okay.
magic.
Okay. Gotcha.
Um, Hereditary witches are horrible with circle magic,
Mm-hmm.
but they're awesome with craft magic.
Makes
And
sense.
the firstborn is the reverse of that. And then the other witches kind of fall a little bit more like in the middle between the two of them,
Mm-hmm.
um, with the exception of the elemental kin. The elemental kin are definitely skewed more towards circle magic, like firstborns. But theirs is more narrowly focused to the element that they are. Like,
Mm-hmm.
so like an elemental kin that's a fire kin,
Mm-hmm.
their circle magic is going to be heavily fire based,
Oh,
where
okay. Yeah.
it's going to be powerful and it's going to be cool, but like the firstborn might not be like at that level of control over it, but it could literally be anything.
Yeah.
So it's those two types of magic, but each background kind of plays a little bit differently into them.
All right. Yeah, that's cool.
Um, oh, actually,
Mm-hmm.
speaking of things I actually haven't touched on at all, I just thought of something.
Yeah.
All right, so in witchdom, witches tend to break down into triads.
Okay.
That's 3 witches who come together and basically form a bond.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Triads could be political. Triads could be like best friends deciding to come together, or triads could be romantic.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but within the confines of the school, it works a little bit differently because these are children and they're not going to be entering into triads.
Mm-hmm.
But to kind of get them like used to triads, they have these things called trios where you kind of pair off with other people, but who you're paired with changes every semester.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
That's
just kind
cool.
of a piece that's kind of getting you
Mm-hmm.
ready to eventually form a triad with whoever, because to be a fate, you have to be in a triad.
Right. Oh, that's really
Mm,
cool. I like that. Yeah.
yeah.
Very
Yeah,
cool.
like I said, that
Mhm.
just goes back to the same thing where there's just so much, it's hard to like.
Yeah, yeah. Especially because you said you started off like with it, like in a book, and so like you probably got a ton of stuff.
It was actually kind of cool because like when
Mhm.
I recreated Para, I sat down and created that whole thing from scratch,
Yeah.
which was monumental. Like as a first time game developer, that was
Mhm.
like, oh my God. Um, when I sat down with Fatebound, I definitely had the advantage of my experience from Para,
Mhm.
but like so much of the source material was already done, like the
Yeah.
background, different types of witches, witch society, the whole thing.
Mhm.
That it gave me a really easy starting point. And I mean, obviously, from a book to a role playing game, you have to do some tweaking,
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
but having that starting point really allowed me
Mhm.
to dive in so much earlier and fleshing out the entire background and what witchdom is and what being a fate is and the covenants. And I've been having a blast doing that because it's kind of taking it's like taking something that you worked on like years and years and years ago, and you were hoping to like publish, and that kind of
Yeah.
didn't work out. But it's like, hey, wait a second, I could still use this, but now
Yeah.
for this.
Yeah, I'm actually in that same sort of position where I've been like world building for this world for years, and it first started out for a comic,
Mhm.
and then like the comic has turned into a book, and now I'm like, oh, I could turn this into a game as well.
But that's, I think, as a creative person, I mean, just what you're describing, I think that's like so incredibly cool.
Yeah, yeah, and like the
You
plan
know,
is still to do the comic and the book, but also game, you know.
yeah, but it allows you to fully explore this whole world that you created
Mm-hmm.
and kind of bring it across,
Different,
multiple creative platforms. It's
exactly.
very, and as somebody who reads comic books, I think that's really cool too.
Awesome. All right, so I want to talk a little bit about our collab. So if you kind of just joining us, um, Backer Kit has this sort of new thing where you can cross collab with another project that is running at the same time. And usually you want to try to pick another project that has something similar or that you can kind of work off of, right? And so we were looking at a bunch of the projects, and for publishing Goblin, the project owner or the publisher for Confluence had the biggest tarot crowdfunding campaign ever. I don't know if it still is, but it might be. But yeah, so biggest crowdfunding, the Alleyman tarot deck, and so the roots of publishing Goblin is in tarot, and Seven has come out with several more tarot projects since then that have also done really well. So when we saw Fatebound, and we also we were like, okay, for Confluence, we're absolutely gonna have a tarot deck for this at some point, right? So we were like, we saw Fatebound, we're like, okay, this is perfect, tarot based game. And so yeah, we joined together and did some brainstorming. Figured out what we could offer as a cross collab reward, and we came up with The Fates of Those Who Dream, which is an adventure that we're gonna write where you can actually play with both systems in both worlds. So tell us your thoughts on that adventure.
So I'm really, really pumped about this. Because
Yeah.
first off, like I said, I've been like kind of following along and looking at Confluence. I'm like, this is the coolest thing. And then I found out about these walkers, and specifically like walkers in dreams.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, okay, this is like entirely too cool. So when we were doing our brainstorming session, and we came up with the fact that the walkers in dreams would bleed over into the Fatebound world and basically be like these magical witches who kind of get like sucked in. Well, one in particular, and these two worlds kind of come together, and it's kind of weird because I think if you first look at the two games, I
Mm-hmm.
think you go, these games are radically different.
Right.
But like as we were doing the collab for this adventure, like they just kind of fit. I think
Mm-hmm.
really, really, really like just like it was just meant to just like slide right in.
Right. Yeah.
Um, I'm really, really excited. Specifically, I mean, again, when it comes down to it, I'm a big role playing nerd. Right next to the more tarot decks than one person ever should own. I have more role playing games than any one person should own.
Yeah.
But there's no way in heck I could play it in my lifetime. So a game, this adventure that could be played in the Confluence world or the Fatebound world, or better yet, in both worlds with a
Mm-hmm.
combination of both systems. I don't know. That just like as a gaming nerd, that's just like that's like the coolest thing. That's what really got me like really excited to. I mean, I can't wait to dive more into that because I think
Yeah.
that's just going to be a blast.
Yeah, absolutely. So you mentioned the walkers in dreams, and
Mm-hmm.
that's actually a sneak peek into some future content because currently the region that we are crowdfunding for Confluence is the Motley Coast. And so if
Mm-hmm.
you look at that and you look at Fatebound, you're like, yeah, this doesn't really fit. But as Scott says, we've got some future content where it fits very well. So with that adventure, you'll get a sneak peek at, the
Mm,
Walkers and Dreams and some other like probably locations
mm,
and things in Confluence that'll I think
mm,
really like draw you into both games.
yeah. But I also just think it's really, really cool because you're going to sit down at a table and you could play young witches,
Mm-hmm.
you could play the walkers, you could have a party that's mixed. Like I said,
Mm-hmm.
I think anybody who's really into like gaming and gaming mechanics, that's
Mm-hmm.
just such a really unique and fun thing to explore.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And it's one of the things that we had sort of a discussion about a few years ago with Confluence when we were talking about like the major feature of like people, places, and things being pulled into our world is that outside of the game, you can pull in like rules and things from other games as well.
Mhm.
And so, like, being able to actually do this and see how well that it works, like, I think I think it's also something that's sort of validating for us, and like the what we're trying to do with Confluence is really cool.
Yeah, I'm like I said, I'm really that's one of the things I'm really, really, really looking forward to diving into. Like there's a lot of stuff, especially as we managed to like unlock all of our stretch goals.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, I want to do that. Oh, I can't wait to dive into that. And but like I said, the whole gaming nerd part of me with the bringing two systems, I'm really, really looking forward to the collab adventure.
Yeah, absolutely. All
Mm.
right. Well, we've got about 9 minutes left. Is there anything else that you want to tell us about Fatebound?
Um, so let me run. Like I said, there's like so many different aspects of. I'm trying to make sure I just touched on all the different kind of points.
Yeah.
Yeah, I touched on all the supplement. Yeah, it's. I'm sure I'm gonna get off this stream and go, oh my
Like, oh
God, I
no.
forgot to say that. Like,
Yeah.
um, yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm totally open to questions, but off the top of
Okay.
my head, I can't like pull.
Yeah. Well, okay. So how about we do this? So you mentioned a couple of your other projects.
Mhm.
Is there any place that those other games can be found?
Yeah, all the games can be found on eriegames.com.
Okay.
So
Perfect.
we have Para,
Mm-hmm. Want to give us a
which
little
is my
what
first
that
game.
what that's about?
Para is all about found family.
Mm-hmm.
It's about these misfits, and they're misfits because they have paranormal abilities,
Mm-hmm.
and kind of they freak people out, and like weirdness seems to follow them. So they've always been kind of ostracized.
Mm-hmm.
But these are young adults, so now they go off to college, and they go to this small, kind of out of the way college, and they start meeting people like themselves, and it's like, they feel accepted for the first time, and it's about the, found family, and they found this family now,
Mm-hmm.
and these connections are formed. But then, of course, it's a role playing game and it's paranormal, so weird stuff starts to happen,
Right.
and now your found family is threatened, and you have to step up and protect them. And that is it. It comes with a sandbox, which takes about a year to play through.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
Um, but it could also be played in multiple other settings and whatnot. Also, different age groups. One of the adventures we have is called the Actor's Nightmare, and you're actually playing elderly people.
Mm-hmm.
So um, then we also have not suicide, what you call it, survivor sorority. Sorry,
Okay.
too many S's. Survivor sorority, where most people know what a final girl is. The final girl is in a slasher movie, that last girl who's still alive at the end and either escapes or kills the killer or something.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many different variations of that now, which I happen to like slasher movies, so I know a lot about them. Anyway, so in Survivor Sorority, you play a group of final girls. You all survived your own horrific experiences,
Mm-hmm.
and now you've come and banded together, and now as a group, as this sorority, you're going out and you're hunting down killers
Oh, nice.
so other people don't have to go through what you have been to.
That's
So
cool.
both of those games are currently out.
Mm-hmm.
We have two more games that are coming out over the next 2 months.
Mm.
Um, one of them is the Nexus Accords.
Okay.
The Nexus Accords takes place in the future. It's a very cyberpunky game, but the difference is the Nexus Accord is highly focused on these things or these creatures, these people called syncs, but syncs are actually androids,
Mm-hmm.
um, whose artificial intelligence has been deemed sentient.
Mm.
So now, as a sentient being, what rights do they deserve? What's the basic rights and freedoms that they deserve? Now, obviously, the corporations want to keep them under their control to use them
Right.
and milk as much money out of them as possible. Then you have your more left-leaning groups who think they deserve complete autonomy because they're sentient beings.
Mm-hmm.
And then one of the darker sides of the game, but I think something, especially nowadays, that's really worth exploring, and Nexus Accord really explores them, is since corporations have these androids that they could use to do just about any job, these syncs,
Mm-hmm.
they don't hire people anymore.
Oh.
So basically the world economy has
Mm-hmm.
collapsed, and you have all these people um, living in poverty who can't get jobs. And unfortunately, and again, you don't have to look too far past the modern day to realize, who are they going to blame?
Mm-hmm.
Are they going to blame the corporations? No. They're going to blame the syncs,
Mm-hmm.
who really didn't choose to be in this position and really just want to be free.
Right.
So the game kind of explores that whole dynamic. It's a very socio-political game. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's cyberpunk. You could run around,
Yeah.
you could blow things up, you could shoot things, but a lot of it is an exploration. So the basic campaign for that is called The Rise of the Human Preservation League.
Mm. Okay.
This is a right-leaning coalition of groups who are basically preaching human purity.
Yeah.
And the whole purpose of the Rise of the Human Preservation League is to stop them from rising to power.
Yeah.
And then the last game that I have coming out, which is also the last game on my docket for now, is Once Upon an Effing Time.
Okay.
Um, in that game, you play everyday normal humans, you adults. You were once, you were yesterday you were going to your job as a CPA at a major corporation. You were in the accounting department handling taxes. You were driving your Subaru around, you were doing your own little thing. And then you woke up in Fairyland and you have no idea how you got in Fairyland. But Fairyland might be really, really colorful,
Mm-hmm.
but it is not a place you want to be.
Yeah.
Um, so the longer you stay in Fairyland, the more memories you lose. So you start with a
Oh.
core group of memories and you start losing memories.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a lot about loss of identity.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then to make the game even a little bit more twisted, this is definitely more in the darker realm of horror, this game, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You are in almost like a doll-like body, like almost like a 6 or 7-year-old doll-like body.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't get out of Fairyland soon, you basically lose all your memories and turn into a full-blown doll.
Yeah.
And then you get put in the House of Lost Dolls.
Oh wow.
So the whole game is about getting out of Fairyland,
Mm-hmm.
and you're dealing with all these like kind of twists from on fairy tales and fairy tale things that are like, it's just like taking a really colorful, almost like candy-like world, and although it's beautiful and colorful, it's really, really, everything there wants to basically kill you and trap you there.
Yeah.
So
Well, you definitely have some great themes for your games.
I, I try.
We'll definitely have to pick
Um,
some of those up.
but yeah, the Nexus Accord
Hmm.
comes out in December,
Okay.
and Once Upon an Effing Time is coming out in January.
All right. All right. Definitely keep an eye out
I
for
didn't
those.
crowdfund for fund either one of those because they're smaller games.
Mm-hmm.
The Nexus, of course, is modular.
Mm-hmm.
You can just buy whatever you want, but the core rule book is like less than 100 pages.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then you can just buy things to plug into that if you want to.
Mm-hmm.
And then Once Upon an Effing Time, I think it's like 88 pages.
Right. Okay.
So, and I mean, again, here's where I'm going to nerd out a little bit. Do you remember the card game when you were a little kid where you had to match like the colors and match the shapes or stuff like
Mm-hmm.
that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the resolution system in once an effing time. You have to you have to make matches to get successes.
Oh, that's cool.
But yeah,
Oh,
so
yeah. Awesome. I used for one of my like self-published games, I used the pickup sticks game for
that's
resolution
awesome.
system. Yeah.
What game was that? That because that sounds awesome.
Well, okay. Well, it is called Picking Up the Pieces. It is a game about grief and how like it has a bunch of prompts, and as you're like pulling pieces, like if you move one of the sticks, you have to actually go like and answer like a harder prompt. Like it just brings more tension. So that it just brings a lot of tension to the game with that. But yeah.
See I love games that brings like different elements in that actually fit within and that sounds like it fits really well into a game
Yeah.
process. I kind of really like that. That's cool. That's
Yeah.
very, very cool.
Oh, cool. Thank you. All right, thank you, Scott, for joining us talking
Oh,
about
thank you for having
Fatebound
me.
and the fates of those who dream. Had a ball, and congratulations again
Thank you.
on hitting your last stretch goal yesterday. And yeah, just tell us, tell everybody where they can find you on the socials.
So we are, I mean, the easiest place to find us is eriegames.com, one word, EERIE games.com. You can find our link tree there, which will bring you to all our social media. We are also on Twitch, where we stream Tuesdays and Thursdays. On Twitch, we are Erie Games Dev, DEV, and you could follow our streams. You could see our games being played. Like I said, Power is ongoing. If you go to our YouTube, which is also Erie Games Dev, you'll find the uh, the mini campaign that was run for Fatebound, so you could see how like Fatebound runs and stuff like that, and really check the game out. But it's a good way. Twitch is a good way to find out how if you want to see how our games, see it before you buy it. Pretty much all our games wind up getting played on our Twitch.
All right, awesome, awesome.
Mm.
Excuse me. For our 10 hours of Confluence and Friends, we've got a few hours left. Next up, our project owner 7 will be talking about all of or some of the worlds of publishing Goblin, because there are many. And then I will be back talking about the history of the Motley Coast, as well as helping with some of the pronunciation of some of the words that we've come up with. And then after that, be doing an hour of an outro, just kind of hanging out, answering questions, things like that. Yeah, I think that is it. So with that, we'll see y'all in a little bit.
Thank you.
All right, bye. Oh, I'm sorry. There we go.
should mute stream. That would be a problem.
Your life.
Okay, well, hello everyone. I was watching the stream. I was like, when will I be there? It turns out it's delayed, like all live streams. But hello, I am Seven. I am here to talk about a lot of things that we left out of the campaign page, especially. Confluence is a very complicated project in that if you try to talk to someone about everything that's happening in the game and also the game world, the world of Azuria, and you try to explain to them everything that's kind of at the actual front of what it is, it's actually so difficult to understand. So a lot of the process that the team did, and they did an amazing job with, and especially here on the campaign, is approaching Azuria as a place on its own. Azuria is very much a place on its own. People have been living here for 25,000 years. They've created entire cultures, cities, kingdoms, empires. They've risen, they've fallen. And it's really a great idea to think about Azuria as its own place. The complication there is that through natural anomalies called confluxes, things get pulled from Azuria's past, present, and future into the space randomly all the time. At this point in time, we're 25,000 years into the history of Azuria, and because of that, it's slowed down quite a bit. But you still weekly might have something new appear in the city. As part of that, it not only pulls from the past, present, and future of Azuria, it also pulls from other worlds. Now, that could seem like it's something that is fully open-ended, right? It could be any other world. And certainly with what we're doing with our lovely partners here, Fatebound, we are interacting with a game world I had never intended to, but I think that's really delightful. The interesting thing for Confluence in particular is that it doesn't just pull from anything. It's not like, oh, you might get an elf from Middle Earth. It's actually a very specific set of spaces. So everything that I've ever made, every game, every story has in some way or another been feeding into a giant multi-world narrative. So obviously we have Confluence with the lovely Atlas. By the way, check it out. I'm sure that we've talked about this already today, but this is the Motley Coast section of the Atlas. It's a super gorgeous book. Um, and while there's, of course, Azuria and Confluence, I also have so many other things that I've made. And you actually might be familiar with some of them if you're familiar with any of our lineages. So I know that Umbrans are mentioned somewhere in here, and Umbrans and Mirar are actually lineages that belong to the first game I ever made, which was Umbra and Myrn. It was a huge 350 page role-playing game book. And it was a place where you experience the world of Umbra and the world of Myrn. And the peoples from that are able to be seen and interacted with here in Azuria, but there's a lot of other things that I've made. Because it was mentioned, I have to, of course, talk about the Alleyman's Tarot. It was mentioned in the last hour here. So the Alleyman's Tarot, I should be like a beauty influencer and cover it with my hand. The Alleyman's Tarot is indeed a record-breaking, the biggest tarot crowdfunding project ever. It made a lot of money. It had a lot of backers, and it's funny because the original idea for the Alleyman's Tarot was going to be a podcast. I wanted to make a podcast fictional drama about the Alleyman character, who is reasonably a scam artist from an alley who will read tarot cards for you if you pay him 17 cents. And I really loved the idea that his tarot deck was made card by card from other decks, or they might be Pokemon cards, or they might be pieces of cardboard. The exciting idea for me was that all the cards would be unique and different front and back. And while I wanted to make some kind of fictional radio drama, I had never done anything like that. So I told myself it will be easier to make the tarot deck. So I made the tarot deck. And perhaps humorously here, the $1 million stretch goal was to make the podcast as well. And then we went over $1 million. So then I made the podcast. So I have the 6 CD set of the podcast here and the book that goes with it, which is the scripts of every episode. And it explored the myth of the Alley Man. Now I know what you're thinking already. You're like, what does this have to do with Confluence? Well, the myth of the Alley Man and the Alley Man being an existent entity at all, and being kind of mystical in an odd way, the Earth that the Alley Man story takes place in is one of the 40 worlds that feed into Azuria. Because of that, the Alley Man, as a spirit that possesses people and then does weird Alley Man things, gives you tarot readings anywhere in the world. The Alley Man spirit has visited Azuria a number of times, and has done very interesting and strange things. So one of the really exciting things I would like to do is build a wandering focus for the Alley Man, which focuses in the game of Confluence are like places or people that you might interact with. They have unique mechanical effects that you can interact with. And the Alley Man is really unique in that a lot of the focuses that we have are about like specific NPCs or specific locations, because a lot of the game of Confluence is about travel and exploration and experience. And having the Alley Man be one who can go anywhere is a really unique and fun thing to do. So this is also when I get to announce that as long as we reach our funding, which it looks like we are going to do beautifully, I'm going to be going through all of my other things that I've made and creating small entries that are going to go into a PDF that will be additional rules material available for the Confluence game. So the Alley Man is going to have his very own character focus that is going to be available to be used in your games for free online on the Publishing Goblin website, which I'm pretty excited about. So this is the Alley Man from Earth. In this case, we call it Earth 2, so we don't mistake it for our Earth. And Earth 2 is just one of the 40 worlds that is going to be bleeding into Azuria. And it's also one of the really fun things where, because Azuria is a flat world, and obviously the Earth is round, if people are pulled into Azuria from our Earth 2, they will have to fight with flat earthers because Azuria actually is flat, and they'll be the weird conspiracy theorists who think the world is round. That's a really dumb thing, but I find it incredibly humorous. Because they're right, the world is flat. It's round Earth people who are wrong. So the Alley Man's Tarot and the Alley Man, and actually a number of other things, are all tied into Earth 2. And I've actually made another game that takes place in Earth 2 called Moth Children. This was one of my early games. I was doing a whole series of game books that were square, and I really like that, and I might try to return to that for some small games. But Moth Children was a game, kind of a unique take on vampires. In that these vampires have moths in their lungs, and the moths are what keep them immortal and grant them unique abilities. They still drink blood. They have to sustain themselves. But this is just one of those moments where you're like, oh, Earth 2 has weird supernatural things beyond the Alley Man. During the Alley Man's podcast, I explored the world as though it was like ours. And that's because the main characters of that show had no idea that there were hidden supernatural elements to their world. But there are. And in other games that will be coming, such as Secret Halls, which is a urban fantasy game where you're like mages and have magical powers, those take place all on Earth. So there's a lot of interesting things that can come from Earth 2, including weird moth-powered vampires, the Alley Man, of course, mages. There's a lot of fun stuff to come from there. So again, that's just one of the 40 worlds. And while I haven't made a book or a game or anything for all 40 of the worlds, they've actually all been determined. I've already done writing work into all of them, so I know what kinds of weird things get to come along into Azuria. But for now, you know that Earth 2 will be giving us weird vampires, some cool magic stuff, as well as the Alleyman. And then we have to go back. We have to go back even more to other games that I've made. I say we start with Generations. Generations, let's beauty influencer it up. Hello. Look at that incredible art. My favorite thing about doing all of these things is I get to work with some amazing artists. This is by Marek Jarocki. You can see that this is especially old because it's like Genesis Engine Games and Cosmic Mirror Games, which was my old branding for my games. And also you can see this word here, Engine 12. That was actually on the other one too with a different number. The engines are just a way that I denoted the different worlds because there are 40 of them and I wanted to have an easy way to know the difference. Generations is a really interesting game in that I don't think the game works. This is an older game. I did very little playtesting. I just got really excited about the idea of the game. And I'm really excited to do a second edition with a much more interesting system built for the game. But in Generations, you are on an alternate Earth, we'll say. And as you might see on the cover, the unique thing in this world is that when people die, the next generation is born out of their corpse, which is a pretty weird thing. It's not that you get reborn, it's that your kid spits up out of your body. And specifically at the same age as the first death of your lineage. So people are still born through procreation. Let's say that you have a baby, your baby lives to 12, and then there's a terrible accident, there's a car accident, and the child dies. That child is dead, but that child's next generation will sit up from their body at the age of 12. And that will be the case for the rest of time. Their next generation will always come to life at the age of 12 with some of the memories of the person they once were, sort of. And they additionally get unique powers. That's the real curveball. I'm like, haha, it's really weird. People are constantly resurrecting, but it gets really complicated because every time that you are resurrected, you get tied to an element. It's based on a really confusing calendar no one understands. And depending on the element you are tied to, you get different abilities. The elements were like the main thing of the game and were really fun. So this person right here has color. So there are a variety of colors, so they can affect all kinds of different color things with their ability. Oh my goodness, that person's very scary. This person is tied to flesh, so they can manipulate their flesh and do all kinds of odd things. I will admit that the whole reason I dug into this game system at all is because I just had so many ideas for fun elements that could give you different powers. So there's a total of 80. The final one was zone. And having power over designation of space, zone is an abstract concept element, granting the user the power to designate locations for particular activities or actions. This could do things like making it impossible for people to do things in a space, or you could make a space have something be taboo that is abnormal. So you could be like, in this space, it's taboo to drink water. And then when people are there, even if they don't understand why, they would never drink water. It'd be really rude to do. The powers were really bizarre, and I think it was a super fun way to do it. But it was a very strange and simple, but then oddly complex system because everyone has powers, not just like some people get them, everyone in the world. So it's a really bizarre world where people die a lot and then their next generations keep coming to life. I'm really excited about writing some material for Azuria from this because like you get a speed run generations of a family if you keep doing dangerous things and dying. This is definitely one of those games that I've made where I really wonder maybe what my original goal was. But I'm really excited to work on a second edition for it to bring it back around, because the original one, gorgeous. It has so much interesting stuff going on in it. But the system just doesn't work that well. So I'm excited to fix that. So that's two of our worlds. And as you can already see, you're like, oh wow, there's a lot of things that could be happening in Azuria. And you're not wrong. And the other thing that's really exciting to me is a lot of the things I'm talking about right now are things that aren't currently in the Azuria materials. So when I release this PDF of free extra mechanics and extra options, it will actually be a lot of things that don't exist in Azuria in any capacity. So you're going to have a lot of neat, fun extra options. We have another square book. There's two more. One of them I promise will be pretty quick. New Aether it's engine 17. I would describe it as if a video game RPG came to life. It's the kind of place where you go to a farm and the farmer only has like two crops and it's like some wheat, but when you talk to him, he has endless amounts of bread to sell, even though none of that makes sense. And that's the world you live in. And the world's made up of a bunch of floating islands that keep orbiting in strange rotations. And as an adventurer, island to island on a grand adventure, it very much is meant to be a simulation of like old video game RPGs. So the art is all pixelated by Seleusius. Yeah, at that time he was still going by Seleusius, so that's all it says in the credits. But I believe his name is Olav Larsson. I will have to hit him up and talk to him again, because I would love to do a second edition, mostly just to fix some of the layout. It's not bad, but it could use a little bit of love. This is a very simple system where it's just roll some dice, you're aiming for DCs to hit people, you deal some damage. What makes this one particularly fun, I think, is that the subtitle, which is not even the subtitle on the front of the book, but is the subtitle on the inside of the book, is Mechanics, Mutations, and Magic. So, as the people, I call them denizens, as the denizens of New Aether travel around the world and experience it, they have chances to be affected by ether waves, which are just like this weird floating river of raw energy and magic in the world. And those can do things like grant you magic or give you mutations. Some people are fully okay with that and they just get mutated constantly. The mutations, there's like tables in here of mutations you can get, and some of them have mechanics and some of them don't. But you can just get fully changed all the time. The denizens of New Aether have no set look. All of them are so dramatically different because they mutate all the time. And the magic can also change them. But some people would deeply prefer to not have that happen. So they have mechanics. And mechanics is basically when you replace parts of your body with mechanical options. So I have all kinds of items in this book, but I also have mechanics augmentations in addition to the magic and mutations. So some people change out their bodies so that they're not organic, so that hopefully they don't get mutated, and so that they have a set form, which I think is a really lovely way to look at the idea of prosthetics. A lot of people use prosthetics as a way to fix missing limbs. But in this game in particular, prosthetics are a way of choosing yourself and making your own body in a world where otherwise you're going to keep changing no matter what you do. The world just has a way of swapping you around and making you different. It has such a charming pixel aesthetic. Solis just did such a good job with all of the illustrations and characters. Like here's some monsters that you can fight. These are basically like drones that you might fight in a ruin or dungeon. And then we have this helpful little character named X, who is an important character for my big plots, who has the ability, which is an ability in the game called alphanumeric, where you can see the stats of things you look at. Because this thing is kind of like a role-playing game world, X treats it that way and can like open the menu and see people's health and values. So X is in the book giving you hints about what to do about monsters you run into because he knows, which I think is really fun. And then there's other characters that aren't X who pop in to give their suggestions on like witches because this is our magic caster character. New Aether is a really delightful game. The system does work, which is quite a good thing. And from this, I would love to bring denizens in to the world of Azuria, because I think one of the most fun things is like all of the games and things I make have such different art styles. So when we get to Azuria and Confluence material, I get to talk to Shan, our amazing artist for Confluence, and we get to talk about how to facilitate the stylistic translation of this art. And because this is all pixely, Shan gets to just really try some neat things. And the really fun part is that X, our little character here who tells you stats of monsters, he actually has already been drawn by Shan before. So I will get to use that to use him as a character in the material that comes to Confluence. I will also be so excited to bring the focus, the area focus ability of Aether streams and their ability to mutate people or bring monsters from the world of New Aether into Azuria that you will have to fight. Because while there are wars and things where you might have to fight at various different times, I would say that a lot of Azuria does not have direct combat as much. You don't need to be fighting people. But is literally a world with RPG monsters that sometimes spawn them out, and you do have to fight them. And I think that that's just kind of fun in a game that kind of escapes the D&D idea of every monster you see you have to kill. The idea that there is one area where there are literal spooky monsters that you might have to fight. So that's just another world. And it just keeps going. This is Dogs the Game, misspelled on purpose. We got some lovely dogs who are running around. There's a gun on the floor, and there's some cats over here that are kind of pixelated. This is where I get to tell you just a little bit more behind the scenes lore. The different worlds that I've been talking about each have overseers, we'll call them. They're engineers who have the ability to engineer the world in different ways. The engineer who is supposed to be running this world died. And because of that, their world was oddly unfinished, and it began to grow and change and shift on its own with the limited parameters it started with. This was supposed to be a world where there was really unique plant life, and people were taking care of splicing them and growing them, and the world was just dramatically alive with plants. But because of a system of errors and a domino effect, what ended up happening instead is that there are sentient dogs and they are omni-capable, is how I call it. And they're omni-capable, meaning that they can do anything they put their minds to. It's just a matter of whether or not they do it in a way that makes sense. So the core system of this game, the very, very simple system of this game, is that whenever you want to do something, you flip a coin. And if you get heads, you do it with the front half of your dog body. And if you get tails, you do it with the back half of your dog body. And you have to explain what that looks like. And at the end of each session, there's a red phase where the world gets tinged red. And during that time, bad things can happen. So typically, dogs are just like always capable of doing anything they want. But during the red phase, that's no longer the case. And much worse than that is the fact that they can die during the red phase. Normally, even if they die, they just kind of resurrect as a puppy. You can die during the red phase. So the character sheet in Dogs the Game is very bizarre and super fun. You can get different powers for the front half of your body or the back half. So you could like have really stinky dog farts or a bite that doesn't ever give up, so you can hold on to things forever. But there's also all this hidden stuff in the back of the game where you have to maintain a flower or you'll die. There's a cat in the jungle that's tied to you that has superpowers because the world's really broken and glitchy. But the core of it is that you're going to be a sentient dog. So just on the surface, the thing I'm most excited to bring from Dogs the Game over to Confluence and some fun mechanics are sentient dogs who are omni-capable, which in games I've run of Confluence so far have always been NPCs who come along and try to help you out and maybe do it in a bad way, but sometimes they accomplish it anyways. And I think that's lovely. There's also cats. From the back, in Dogs the Game, you get to play as dogs in a loose system with a focus on having fun. Also, you need to manage your flower's health or you'll die. And there's omnipotent cats. And I think that's a great summary. Dogs is just kind of a delightful thing because all of these worlds appear in Azuria a lot less often than things from Azuria's past and future. So while things do end up here, such as sentient dogs, they're typically in small numbers. So you won't get to points in your games where your game's overrun by a horde of sentient dogs that ruin what's happening or how you're having fun. You can bring in one, and if it's not interesting, you can remove it. So that's another fun thing is all this stuff just gives you a bunch of rare extra options to play with. And there's so much more. I don't even know how to cover it all. There's so many things. So I feel like I have to do Zoetrope. This is Zoetrope. This is a role-playing game itself that's run on cards. It's made for like convention play or one-shots, but basically it's a time travel shenanigans game. Everyone who's playing is the rent-a-cops of Time Travel Patrol. So they're meant to screw up and then rewind time and try again until they get it right. It's a very comedic game. It's very slapstick and silly. But it is one of our worlds. So there are times that Zoetrope time agents end up in Azuria. And the neat thing about that is that the whole way that their technology works is because of the fact that they're in a unique position in time in their world. When they come to Azuria, that's no longer true. So all their time travel tech is a lot more finicky. So while I will be writing up some stuff that you can play around with time travel technology in Azuria from this game, it's like haywire and super chance based. And while normally Zoetrope time agents can like rewind time and then remember what happened before, they can't do that in Azuria because they don't live outside of time here. They're right in it with the rest of us. So I'm looking forward to Zoetrope because it will offer you super zany things. I feel like a lot of times time travel comes into a game and it's like, or a story, right? And it becomes the easy fix all. It's like, well, we'll just go back and fix that in some way where it doesn't happen badly. But if you use time travel from this in your Confluence games, it might just probably make it all worse. And you can't just go back and try again over and over. And I think that's really, really fun. So Zoetrope, it's another world, and it gives you messy time travel shenanigans. And this is what I'm perhaps the most excited about. This is What We Possess. It's a ghostly storytelling game. It also runs on cards and is made for one-shots. In What We Possess, you're all ghosts, which seems like a very simple premise. The actual gameplay of What We Possess involves you being in a specific location and having a mystery you try to solve. And through clue cards and improv, you create the mystery as you solve it. And that's really neat. It is neat. But in Azuria, for the game of Confluence, when ghosts from this space end up there, they get to play a super unique form of character that I don't know exists in most other games, or maybe any other games. When you're a ghost, like literally a ghost from What We Possess, you get a unique power based on the way that you died. And that can be like directly linked if you burnt to death, maybe you have pyrokinesis. Or if you burnt to death, but you really want to make sure no one ever experiences that again, your power might be the ability to put out fires or to dampen things. But you also have the normal ghost powers of being able to fly around and be intangible and unseen. You also have the normal ghost powers, normal ghost powers of being able to possess things such as objects or people if the situation permits. And in the game of Azuria, because I was already writing rules for this years ago when I was working on Confluence on my own. I really wanted there to be a possibility for you to play a ghost where your party doesn't even know you're there, and you are haunting them, and you get to help them in small ways that they'll never quite understand unless you choose to try to make yourself known. So it's like your party is in a really scary conflict and someone shoots a gun at one of the characters and you're like, it's going to kill them if it hits. But as the ghost, you push the bullet a little out of the way, or you possess the guy who's going to shoot at the last second and make him shoot in the air. And I really love the idea of being able to do tiny things to help your party and knowing that they don't know you're there, especially if you ever get to a point where you get to let them know, actually, yeah, I'm here. And I think that that's such an exciting concept. Um, so gosh, I don't even know what to say about that. I love ghosts. Ghosts are really neat, and I really, really hope that we reach our funding so that I can write a fun little what we possess ghost thing where you can play as a ghost character. I also think that ghost characters are really ideal for players who can't be at every game session, um, because maybe they fade out and they're asleep and preserving their limited ghostly energy, and then they come back the next time that they're there for a session. I think that that'd be a really lovely way to let someone be present, watch the story, and make small influences. It'd be really ideal for players who um, are trying role playing out for the first time, aren't sure if they want to take part, or I know plenty of role playing game players who are really only there for the story and they don't want to do certain sections of the game, right? They don't want to fight, they don't want to have to make the big decisions, they want to see it unfold. And I think that being a ghost is like probably the best way that you could just hop in the game in a weirdly disconnected way. Um, so there are all of those already, and there's like so many more. There's some that I don't even have copies of anymore because I sold the only ones. I have the game Ultimaeus. I sold the only copy in existence to a friend. It is a I would describe it as a party game where you have secret goals and you are all senators and you're trying to pass laws that affect the rules of the game. In Ultimaeus, your goal is to cheat as much as possible, as much as you can get away with it. And if you get caught cheating, the rest of the players can hold a council to decide what your punishment will be. You're also explicitly pushed to try to cheat in the rulebook, and there's sections of the rulebook for the game that you're not allowed to read unless you pay money to read it, and it has additional rules for the game that you can call on to change what's happening or to give yourself an edge. It's a very zany game about multiversal senators who can make laws that affect the world. That one is truly bizarre. Because the people in it, in the world of Ultimaeus, are literally senators who are aware of the other 39 worlds. And so if you were playing Confluence, we actually, as a team, created a space where these senators interact with the world. It's not in the Motley Coast material, so maybe in the free PDF, I could share some of what we were building for that. But yeah, being a multiversal senator could really uniquely position you as a player character to be above consequences in your game, but then not above consequences in the laws you try to pass to help your party or to maybe make things worse for your party if that's what you're doing. So, multiversal senators. I will try to say that as many times as possible until I can say it without tripping over the words. Truly a bizarre thing. We're about to have a cat join me. Come on up, Tom. And up he comes. Okay, well, you saw a tail very briefly, I think. He wants my cinnamon roll. He knows what he's here for. Good for him. Hi, Tom. And though I talked about the Alleyman's Tarot at the start of this segment, and hello for anyone who's joining us just now, I'm talking about a variety of the other worlds that belong to all of my other projects and games and stories, and how I would like to bring them into the world of Azuria. And at the beginning of my hour here, I was talking about the Alleyman's Tarot and how through Earth 2 is what we're calling it, so we know it's not ours. Through Earth 2, we would get things literally from Earth found in Azuria. But otherwise, I've been talking about games for the last half an hour, and thank you for hanging around if you've been doing so. There are other things that I have made. Ooh. Oh my goodness. That was harder to do than I thought. Who knew I had so many things stacked up so high? I did. Because I am a very messy person. So I have in my hands here the second edition of my Oracle dice. Check it out. It's fancy dice. This is actually really fancy dice. This is the stone dice set, which is not the normal one. Normal one is just plastic. But these are dice that each have a unique... Ooh, they each have unique faces. Oh, it's so cold in here. I think that the wood expanded or shrunk or something. Um, well, every die in here has unique faces on it. And my oracle dice are actually a divination system like tarot. You roll them out on a mat and you read the faces of the dice and how they land together to give yourself answers to questions you might be asking about your present life or your future. They come in a lovely little box. My oracle dice in the second edition, I decided to change some stuff about it. I'm realizing I might not have the guidebook right here, which is funny. Maybe I don't. But I have something that has the art I knew I did. I'm surrounded by all the things I made at all times, so I can always find something. This is the Oracle Dice Reading Journal, but on the front you can see this character here. This is the Chronicler of Choices, and is one of the 22 Lords of the Dice. The Chronicler of Choices is the Lord of, the Major's die, which I guess is right here. I don't use the stone dice as much, they have different colors, but it's the Lord of this die. And there are 22 lords. You can see on the back of the book a couple more of them. There is actually 2 lineages that are playable right in the game of Confluence. We have the Alfira here, who is a rat folk, and over here we have an Umbran. These are both a lord of one of the dice. And the concept of the lords is actually a very simple and straightforward thing. The idea for me was to give voice to each of the oracle dice so that when you are rolling them on your mat, you can think of the dice as being in conversation with each other. So the Chronicler of Choices, lovely. And then we also have the Keeper of Cells or the Collector of Identities. And then over here we have the Keeper of the Suits, who is kind of a tarot collector. And what was exciting to me about picking the 22 Lords of the Dice was knowing that they could be lineages from my games. And in this situation, I know that I moved around a little bit in the box here. We had someone join very briefly who could have stayed and said hello if he wanted. But yeah, the Lords of the Dice are actual characters who are present in Azuria. Which is why they are some of the lineages that you'd find in Azuria. And because that's true, it means that the lore of the dice, where it says that the publishing goblin is a literal goblin who publishes these things, and the publishing goblin made the lords based on their friends, that means the publishing goblin themselves is somewhere in Azuria. So something I would really love to do, in addition to the Alleyman, is like a character focus that you could interact with somewhere in the world, is to have the publishing goblin and the 22 lords of the dice be character focuses that you could interact with or even meet in the world. These would basically be like 22 fun NPCs who could roam the world and maybe run into your characters. And they do all kinds of different things. The one I would be the most excited to interact with would be the monarch. Do I have? While I am surrounded by a million things I've made, I don't know that I have this on hand. Ooh. Guess what I found on the floor? Because I'm surrounded by everything I've ever made. These are actually the 22 Lords of the Dice. This is the Martyr of Wounds, who is a Bonde Daben. Bonde Daben are one of the lineages that's already in Confluence. They're basically furries. It can be any animal. So this is a lion, Bonde Daben. This is a human, the Crone of Summer. We love her. She's beautiful. This is the Caretaker, and that's a complicated history that I'll have to get into at some other point. This is the Alleyman, who is a lord of one of the dice, and I've already said is present in Azuria. Of course, the Collector of Selves, who is the Umbran that I showed you on the back of the book. Goodness gracious. Well, hey, there's the Chronicler of Choices. I found the card. We love a good chronicler. I think perhaps, as funny as it is, that's the collector, or the bearer of boons, who is actually a fallen god, which is one of the lineages you can already play in the game. The bearer of boons is like a fallen god of kindness and gifts, and they give out gifts to people, but the more they give, the less they have remaining. And ironically, one of the few cards I couldn't find is the one I want to talk about, the Quivering Monarch. Another game that I made that I may or may not have somewhere nearby I could grab, but we won't worry about it, is a game that originally was called the Atrocity Archives. Some of you might already be familiar with a book series called the Atrocity Archives. And I was not when I made the game. I came up with the name myself, really loved the way it sounded, and then found out there was already a book series from the 90s that uses it. So it's actually changed name for the second edition. It will be called the Atrocitus Rot. And in the Atrocitus Rot, it is a world where everyone is a psyche in their own domain. They have complete power in their domain, complete control of their world. And in this space, they craft the world that they would like to exist in. And this could look a lot of different ways. But for example, in the book, it was like, pick 5 words that are elements of your world. And so you could choose to live, you could write sand, heat, blades, and you could have a world that is assassins in the sandy dunes. And everyone playing the game is playing a psyche, basically just like a mind that inhabits this world and changes it to fit the world they want to live in. The rest of the world at large are just all of these bubbles that all these psyches have made of their own spaces. Unfortunately, this is another world like Dogs the Game, which I mentioned earlier, where the overseer of the world, the god of the world, if you will, died. And because they died, the world has kind of gone off the rails a bit. In this interconnected web of psyches and their different little worlds, there is this rot that has been forming. It's like unchecked growth and corruption. and it spreads from each bubble of world to each bubble of world, and when it gets there, it starts just ruining everything. So the core gameplay of the game, the Atrocitus Rot, is you as a group of people band together and form one body that you all inhabit that has traits from your different worlds. And you are traveling into the rot that's in another world. And when you're there, you do whatever you have to stop the rot. If it means destroying that world so it can't spread further, if it means curing the rot, if that's even possible, um, that's something you can do. So in the Atrocitus Rot, the book, there is a section of atrocities, which are the worlds that have been affected by the rot. And it tells you what those worlds are like, what things they might do to you, how you might try to cure it. But it also tells you how that world might affect you. Your character sheets in that game are just a set of words or phrases that describe your world and what power you have. And when the Atrocitus Rot begins to afflict you with atrocity or the rot, you begin affecting your character sheet physically. Some of them might burn your character sheet, where you'd have to light it on fire and leave it for 5 seconds. And anything that the fire destroys, you no longer have. You might have one where you have to spill ink or paint onto your character sheet, and anything the paint touches has been warped and is unusable. You might be in a world with an atrocity that is damp and wet, and so you'll have to dip your sheet in water, and anything that becomes illegible as the ink bleeds through your sheet, that is no longer available. It was a really fun game system where it's like, make your character sheet, okay, now destroy it. And the reason I brought that all up at all is one of the 22 Lords of the Dice is actually an atrocity. The atrocity of, in this particular case, is the Lord of the Monarch's die. The Quivering Monarch is this strange fey woman who's covered in butterflies and who comes and goes. And her whole lore and interaction with the world is there are cults that warn of her coming. And so if she is going to come to a space, the whole world seems to become strange and cult-like. And then she may approach you, and there's a lot of like spooky things tied to that, of course, because she's very fey-like. She might offer you things, and if you take them, you could be at the wrong end of a bad deal. And I'm really, really excited about including atrocities and psyches in some of the extra material that I'm going to write up for you to play with for Confluence. That's been a lot. There are a lot of things. And I have more and more games coming. In March, I'm putting out yet another game. In December, I'm putting out a tarot deck of, it's kind of based on survival horror aesthetic, specifically Silent Hill. So the Misery Tarot is the one in December. And that one will be heavily tied to this kind of upsetting museum of grief and working through trauma. And that is very much placed in one of the rot domains that is in the Atrocitus Rot. There's just so many things still coming. So yeah, any game that I make from here on, including the one that's set for March, it's going to include material at the back of the rulebook that is Confluence specific material. So my general promise, once Confluence is published, is that every world that I continue to create, and there are a lot of them, as you may not, as you might have guessed already, everything that I put out is going to have Confluence mechanics at the end of it that help you bring some of this into the world of Azuria. So no matter what happens over the next year or two, especially next year when Confluence, as all the books and stuff arrive to you, you have the promise that not only will you get a free PDF available with all of my current games and worlds with small fun things you can pull into your game. Everything I make from here on will also have additional mechanics that you can pull from. So if you, for example, buy in on Zoetrope, the second printing of the second edition, there will be rules at the end of the rulebook that allow you to bring it into Confluence. Same thing for What We Possess when I do the second printing sometime next year. And yes, the game that is coming out in March, which is historic, The Road Eternal. You can see that on Backer Kit. I will drop it in the chat. Oh no, that's the Misery Tarot. I guess I could put that too. Maybe I have too many projects. Has anyone ever considered this? No, probably not. So yeah, that is all of the current. Is that true? I'm really worried I'm going to turn around and remember that there's other things I haven't already covered. Oh shoot. I missed one other one, but it's not a whole world. It's part of Earth 2. And I name dropped already, so I guess I should mention it. I mentioned a character called the Caretaker. And that's a complicated topic. The Caretaker is an actual person in our world, and also is one of the lords of my Oracle dice. The Caretaker is such a huge part of how publishing Goblin ever came to be in every single way. I was self-publishing since 2010, and I was mostly publishing poetry and small collections of fiction, but I never made a lot of headway. And while I began doing crowdfunding with role-playing games, my first crowdfunding project being Umbra and Myrn, I was struggling to make any money. Pretty much every project that happened ended up costing me money because I spent more money on artists than I actually earned. I loved paying artists to get cool art, as I think we all do. And I talked to the Caretaker. The Caretaker is a person in the world, a academic occultist who lives in California, who has a Tumblr account, for those of you who are on Tumblr. And the Tumblr account was called Normal Horoscopes. It got so big at the height of it that it was one of the, like, if you made a new Tumblr account, it was one of the, like, 6 accounts that got suggested for you to follow, because it was followed by tens of thousands of people and posted multiple times a day. On it, the Caretaker would post normal horoscopes, and they were really abnormal and strange horoscopes, which very fits in. And I reached out to the Caretaker in my early publishing journey and said, hello, you don't know who the heck I am. I'm trying to publish things, and I've already published a lot of stuff, and I think it'd be fun to make a book that is a bunch of your posts from your blog with art. And it would be this fun collection and retrospective of things that you wrote so far. And the Caretaker was really into the idea, and we put it out. It was called Furiously Prognosticating. And Furiously Prognosticating, at a time when the most money I had made, I think, was $2,000 on a project. Furiously Prognosticating, I think, made $4,500. And immediately I was like, whoa, the Caretaker has an audience. And so in making this thing with them, I got access to their audience. And then the Caretaker had been working on this deck called the Normal Tarot, which was a very abnormal 99 card tarot deck, which I then published also. And the Normal Tarot became my link into publishing tarot decks at all. The Normal Tarot, again, at a time when my biggest campaign was $4,500, the Normal Tarot brought in 30,000. It was like 27,000, I think. And we were floored. We could not believe that that was possible. And so the more that I began working on projects, the more that I said, Caretaker, would you be okay with existing in my worlds as I make more games? And the Caretaker said yes, that would be fantastic and fun. So the Caretaker's become both a real person and also this entity in the game worlds who is a skeleton who gives out horoscopes to people who need it and also takes care of baby stars before they go up into the sky and become adult stars. That is the caretaker's lore on their normal horoscopes blog. But also, I was like, I love it, and it's just going to be true in my world too. So, in addition to the Alley Man and those other characters from Earth 2 being available in Azuria, I think that it only makes sense if I make the caretaker as an interesting character focus for you to play with as well. So, with that, I think I'm a horrible liar. There's one more, but you know what? I think we're coming towards the end of our time. I did a board game called New Avernus, and I will just explain very quickly. It's an apocalyptic city building board game. Basically, you are racing to make a city before a meteor crashes and destroys the world. But you are a lineage of people called the Kokila, and the Kokila are stone, and they regenerate after every massive extinction event happens on their planet. The reason they're making cities is to please their god, who keeps hurling meteors and other horrible events down on the planet to test their cities. The overall lore and legend and faith for the Kokila is that someday they will have made a city so perfect that their god will recognize them and bring the organic beings to come live in the city. Because the Kokila are stoned, they don't need to eat, they don't need to breathe or drink water, but they're building cities like you'd find on Earth. They're building them with farms, they're building them with parks, they're building them with aqueducts and piping for the concept of organic people who will someday live in them. The Kokila themselves have really fascinating abilities to construct buildings and architecture almost instantly because they have limited time to make their cities before God strikes once more. And the Kokila are going to be a lineage with unique abilities that you, as anyone, will be able to learn. Also, in the material that I'm going to be putting out from all my other games that you can use during Confluence. Okay, now I did it. Now I think I really actually hit everything. And it's really wild to me that that's just everything that already exists. I've made so many things, and I'm going to continue to make things. So, thanks for being on this journey. Thanks for hanging out and listening to me just ramble about all the neat things that I've already got to make from people's support like you, and all the strange fun things I'm going to be able to bring to Confluence as free extras that you'll be able to play with. And I am very looking forward to watching Confluence reach its final goal here. We have 6 days left and just over $5,000 to go. And I know that we've got it. So thank you so much. I will see you all soon. We have more segments coming up. And I am going to be... Let me see. Where's our cute little schedule? I don't know. Where is my cute little schedule? Oh, Kandi, do you happen to be here, my friend?
Yes, I am.
Oh, wonderful. It looks like our next thing is going to actually be pronunciation and history of Motley Coast with Kandi.
Yeah. Me and
That's
Shubham
wonderful.
are going to.
And Shubham!
Yeah.
Heck yeah. So we will see you in just a few more minutes.
Yep. Thank you,
Ta-ta.
Seven.
Woohoo.
Hello,
In a
hello.
moment.
We are
Hello.
back live, y'all. We've got
And look, a new face. I
yes, we got a
promise
new
I've been here the whole
face.
time.
Yeah, just in the background. We've got
Yeah,
2 hours left.
very fun.
I am going to let Shubham um, introduce himself, and then I'll kind of do a little reintroduction, and then we'll go on from there.
All right. Introductions. Hello, my name is Shubham. I am the creative lead on Confluence. I joined this project 2 years ago, I think end of 2022. Um, and started. We have what we call the engine team, which is a great joke if you stick around in a jury long enough. Um, and so we our job is to kind of create the atlas and all the worlds and kind of the lore that you can explore when you're playing the game, um, and to make sure that it kind of lines up with what the game designers are making in terms of the actual mechanics, right? uh, so I started by joining that, and then I did it long enough that I think a bunch of the teams was like, do you want to just like make sure we're staying on course vaguely, which is how I think of the position. It's like I don't make executive decisions. That's not a good idea anyway for me to be the one making executive decisions. I just kind of go, that's vaguely north. Let's stick in that direction. Um, and so, but what I do look forward to doing is when this game is out, I want to regularly go on socials and be like, actually, and just add a bunch of really unnecessary details. I will not contradict. I won't add like really ridiculous stuff, but I will constantly be just a little annoying. That's my joy in life, is to be a little annoying. Uh, so that is me. Hello, everyone.
Amazing, amazing. And again, if you've been watching today, I've been on a few of the earlier streams, but I'm Kandi, the lore QA lead, or Lorca of Confluence.
Love
And
it.
yeah, so as the lore QA lead, this is my jam. Right?
Nice.
Talking about the
Yeah.
history of the world, getting pronunciations,
Very much
stuff
so. I
correctly.
feel like the way it works is we write a bunch of stuff and then we kind of go like, "Oh, Lorca, are we still making sense or have we contradicted everything?" And then like the Lorca comes in with the rating, is like, "You shall not say this," and I'm like, "Fine, fine, we'll fix this," which is great. Um,
Yeah.
yeah. You avoid us from running into little canyons which are known as plot holes.
Yeah.
So it's great.
Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, so before we get into the history, what I wanted to do was do the pronunciations for the lineages. All right. And so I've got Sujata's guide here. This is our second in world book. It is written by an engineer from a different engine or world from Confluence or Azuria. Okay, and so they're an outsider to this world. They come in, and they are a scientist. Like, they're actually a scientist, and so they're here studying the world and writing down things in their journals. And so this is where this stuff is sort of coming from. Okay. So we'll start off. The index is probably the best part because it gives like a little one sentence about each one as well. But starts out in era 5 and 6. And those, we have the gods. I mean, we don't really need pronunciations for those, but we'll go through them real quick, So we got the
No,
gods.
no, no.
Oh, go
'Cause
ahead.
No, because if you remember when we were putting the pronunciation,
Oh,
like the little guides,
yeah.
I don't know who it was, but the spelling landed up
Actually,
sounding like it was like a northern British person saying
yeah.
it, and so we were like, it's not gods, it's
Yeah.
gads. You
Gods,
have gads here,
gods.
and so it was,
That
we
is
do
true.
we should go over it. We should go over it.
Yeah, we should. And as you can see, we did put pronunciations for the lineages in the books here, or in the journal here. And so yes, we we figured out that it is gods instead of gads. We're not Bostonites.
Unfortunately,
But
really. I mean, maybe everyone in Algeria should be a Bostonite.
but
Maybe
oh
that's
my
what's
goodness.
missing. So
That'd
there
be
you go.
some interesting words being thrown around. So yeah, with gods, fallen gods, and also under that is divlings, as well. So you know what? Do we have? We don't. We don't have one for divlings.
And it's I think Divlings
Pronunciation
were
for Divlings, but
we
yeah.
weren't originally going to if I'm not mistaken, I think
Yeah.
that's because they weren't going to be originally part of this edition, and then I think we have recently kind of gone, okay, now we can include them. Maybe that's
Yeah.
why.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you know what? We'll probably end up throwing in a pronunciation for divlings. And I heard one of the plate. No, actually, it was one of the reviewers. One of the reviewers was not sure how to say Sujatha, and so we will be adding a pronunciation for Sujatha as well.
Yes.
To the guide for y'all.
Yeah, Sujata is, I believe Bangladeshi, if I'm not mistaken,
Yes,
in their
yes,
origin.
you are correct.
Yeah, it was lovely for me because I came across it and joining obviously as a person from Indian origin. I was like, oh, who's Sujata and why do they have a journal? And then like someone walked me through everything and I was like, that's amazing.
Yeah.
And also like they're an interesting character, but we'll get to that later. Sorry, continue.
No,
I'm
you're good.
already. This is why you have Lorcas.
Yeah.
Please keep us on track.
All right. So next one is going to be mortals. So these are just our human equivalents in Confluence. So again, mortals. Not a little easy one there for you.
Nice.
All right. So next up we have the Alfira. The Alfira are our little mouse-like or rat-like peoples.
Which
so yeah.
I think if you're gonna do a poll, like a general poll, I would be surprised if they didn't take the cup for like the most popular lineage.
They are still in the running in our polls. Yeah. Yes, they are.
Yeah.
So yeah, they just made it through in the last one. They're they could end up being the winner. I also would not be surprised for that one. All right. So this next one is the sort of the one of the weird sort of lineages that we have. These are the fish people that have tongues that extend from their mouths, that also can have arms or another sort of mouth to speak. And so these are the Mern or the Mjörn. I've heard like our team kind of goes between both of those. I prefer Mern, but you could also do Mjörn. Yeah. And we have the pronunciation for that here.
I'm trying to remember. We did use a official so there are different guides on how to break up pronunciations, right?
Yeah.
So this one was, I'm trying to remember which university's kind of like style guide
I don't
we
remember the
used.
university either. Yeah.
Yeah, but we did use that to kind of make sure that there's a consistent way in which every word is broken down, so that pronunciation kind of vaguely lands up being the same.
Yeah.
Just a bit of trivia. Continue.
All right. Next up, we have our salamander-like peoples, and they are the Salians. So pronunciation right here, Salians. I love the Salians so much. They're also like salamander. They're also underwater peoples. And we've got some really cool looking ones. If you've seen the backer kit page, we've got Kiasa as our sort of. Oh, actually, Kiasa is an archivist in the Motley Coast. And so, yeah, you get to check out one of our main sort of archivists on the backer kit page.
I think each archivist that we've created has just a lot of character coming through. And it's interesting because they have to obviously do the job of capturing the world, but we wanted to make sure that they feel more than just like a scanner that's just taking things down, noting things down. So they come with a lot of flavor of their own personality, which influences everything. And I think it's a lot of fun. And all of these guys, all of them are such. I created one of them, but I still think that Sin's archivist that they created is the best one. It's just too fun. So yeah, I kind of want to see. I imagine if someone was to ask me like, what would I what kind of dinner guests I would want to have all the archivists, and I bet none of them get along on the long run. They would all argue about different things. It would make for a great dinner conversation.
You know what? I could see that for sure. I So for Motley Coast, the idea of the archivist actually like writing sections of the atlas came a little bit after Motley Coast. So currently you don't get anything of Kiasa. And so we're actually going to have to go back and sort of add in Kiasa and their personality as the archivist for the Motley Coast, which I think is going to be fun.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you've seen the atlas, yeah, you're not going to see them yet, but yeah, they're definitely going to be included before we publish. All right. So the next up, we have the Unlelo. They are bat-like people. Unfortunately, they were the ones that lost to the Alfira in the last poll. Which, again, not surprising.
Sky rats versus land rats. That's really
exactly.
what it came down to. Yeah.
But the sky rats, I mean, the land rats are just like, nostalgic for most people.
Yeah.
From like past media and stuff like that. So, not surprising at all that they beat out the Ulelo.
That's true. I also love the name Unlelo. I don't know. I think it rolls off the tongue in a fun way. It's also not a name I've come across before. Well, none of these are names I've come across before, except in Confluence. But it doesn't sound like something that I've read in other conventional media. So big fan of the name.
Yeah. It always reminds me of it is different, but I always like Lilu Dallas Montipas. It's Lalo, but yeah.
Also, quick. So the Unlelo and the Alfira, I believe they come from a similar era, right?
Right. Labyrinthia.
And so they both were largely kind of people who spend their time underground, deep underground. And in this era of Confluence, they are kind of now able to make their way above ground, and that leads to some interesting. I mean, because they're generations deep into this, it leads to some interesting kind of like clashes between old, like their own culture of what it means to be people who were initially underground, and now this opportunity to kind of go above ground and discover new places. And so I think they get these two lineages get to play around if they want, right? Not everyone has to tackle this. But they get to play around with this idea of home and like your kind of traditions versus, from new frontiers, at least for you, and kind of what that means in terms of how your culture changes and that little clash that happens between those two factions. So
yeah, absolutely. We do have a comment in chat that I want to respond to real quick, saying for what it's worth, I think an actual play may be good to see for the campaign, useful for some backers to see it. So we actually have earlier during the calibration stream, we had a guest, Ponderkind, come on. Ponderkind is actually doing a one-shot, and it'll be in the updates probably starting tomorrow. But I believe it's on the 13th. So there's a one-shot that is going to be live streamed on the 13th by Ponderkind. We had a couple of streamers that did like some of the beta playtest. I'm just trying to get those videos so that we can get those somewhere. But yeah, so those are coming. Thank you, the Doctor 4221. Alrighty. So next up we have the Djinn. Well, easy one there, just the Djinn.
And they are all from accounting.
Yes, they're all from accounting. Yes. So super easy there. They're really cool lineage because they can like change. They can molt and like change their body to be more useful for something.
Yeah.
Now they do have a limited number of those molts, but yeah.
Yeah, they're very fascinating. I think one of the other things that's really interesting about a lot of the lineages in Confluence, and it's also something that it's unique to how the game allows you to do this, is the lineages kind of feel like they have a lot of potential for what their bodies can do, right? Like I feel like you aren't trapped into a singular idea of what it means to be that lineage. So like for example, if you look at a lot of traditional media, right? Historically we had elves, and they'll be like, you are graceful, you're elegant, you have no facial hair, which is, I feel like, personally a crime. And then your dwarves. I love playing dwarves because obviously great facial hair, but again, you kind of locked into, oh, you probably prefer the underground and mining and like have dark vision, all of these things. And I think with Confluence, even if you start out as a lineage, the potential for what you are physically capable of doing is kind of quite varied across all of these different lineages. But
Yeah.
the gen particularly so because they're uniquely. Um, I want to be very careful about the word I use because I don't want to give away too much about this. But they're capable, they're uniquely capable of adapting to the scenarios they find themselves in,
Yeah.
and it's often a choice they make. So they are probably one of the few lineages that can be in any part of Ajuria, and no matter the circumstances, and they can be doing something.
Yeah.
So yeah, and that also just means that you get to make really crazy character art for
Yeah.
this. Yeah.
Alrighty. So next up we have the Faithing.
Terrifying.
Huh?
Terrifying.
Ter- not always, not always. Their history is actually kind of terrifying, yes. For sure.
For sure.
But you know what? I actually don't want to explain too much about the Faithing right now. I
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
like I want people to discover more about the Faithing because they're very interesting. And I kind of want y'all to have to like find that one out. 'Cause
Yeah.
that-
Also, I will say, without saying anything more about the Faithing, because they are, I think, very interesting.
Yeah.
If anyone is familiar with Seven and their love for horror, I think it kind of comes through in the Faithing.
Yeah.
If I mean, I don't know, maybe Seven had nothing, no idea about like kind of horror elements with this, but I totally feel like you can bring it in, and the Faithing are terrifying and a delight.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So next up we have I'm actually we'll say both of these together, but the LL and the Chell.
Hey,
So the LL are insectoid peoples. And they have a very high technology. Like they're in their era, they had a lot of very advanced technology, including artificial intelligence. And there's a whole big old story behind that, which you'll have to find out, which is very interesting. But out of that AI came the Chell. So the Chell look fairly similar to the LL, but they are clones. And so they're cloned from the AI, and like the AI was who started the clones and whatnot. So like I said, there's a very interesting story there when you'll read like the eras part of the Sujata's journal that goes into detail on that, because it's a very interesting story and it's one of the ones that I'm very attached to.
100% worth reading. I think that's the other thing is like similar to the Unlelo and the Alfira, and the Chell and the LL, you have these lineages that have a shared history that goes back well before they got pulled into this particular era of Confluence, right? And that adds to kind of the potential backstory that you can give these characters, which is exciting. I think the Chell and the LL, it was an interesting challenge to try to write them in a way that
Yeah.
depicted the complexity of what they went through without dismissing some of the more sensitive issues around war, AI, all of those kind of things. Yeah, I'm not going to spoil more than that, but I personally feel like one of my pastimes is to just read the histories and and imagine like potential arcs that you can play with these characters, because there's just a lot to sink your teeth into.
Yeah, for sure. All right. Next up, we have the Mirar. So the Mirar have like these serpentine like bodies, which is really cool. So if you kind of like serpent snake like people, I think you'll like them. They've got like tentacles and stuff for hands. And I'm actually I'm gonna skip down for a second. We'll go back to those other two that I skipped, because they are highly connected to the Umbrans. Okay, so the Mirar and the Umbrans have the in their old in their original eras, they have a connection. And so again, I don't want to give too much away here, but it's really something that's really cool to read. And so I definitely want you to sort of get your first look by actually reading the material, because their connection is really cool. Now, it does not translate to Confluence, unfortunately, but I mean, there could be a couple of things that you can kind of work out, with that. You've got some freedom to do a couple of things.
I think especially if we get around to releasing some of the other regions, which I'm really kind of excited for. There is a lot of material already written. It's just that it's that's a whole different process of like editing, layout, and art that's still pending for that. So we aren't including it in this part of the backer kit. But if we get to release that, you get to see more of what these at least these two lineages, Umbran and wow, my brain's blanking. Please help me.
Mirar.
Thank you. My brain just got I'm turning into a cat. But how they are now interacting in the modern time versus kind of like their histories, and again, it's a thing to solve, because people don't forget past their past that easily. In fact, it kind of influences their future decisions even more. So we keep that in mind when writing these worlds, but we still allow them to change, which is nice.
All right. So next up we have the Reflected. So the Reflected are pretty different from any other lineage, because they're not necessarily born like any other lineage. They actually come into fruition when someone looks into a mirror. When a person looks into a mirror in the reflected world, a copy is made of that person in the reflected world. But a reflected can come through to our world. And so now you have sort of two of the same people. And if you kind of maybe already guess some of the things that might happen when you have two of the same person. Now, of course, if there's two of them in the same world, now if somebody gets hurt or something, it doesn't get reflected over to that person any longer, because they're now in this world. So they could end up being different from each other after some time in this world. But until then, they look exactly the same.
So what you're saying is that every artist who has ever suffered from imposter syndrome should play this character and work through it, or avoid this character because it will only amplify every dark thing. One of the two. Great. Yeah, I feel like someone wrote this just to torture me.
Seven.
My cat. Yep, Seven was like, let's fuck with every artist on the team. Seven wouldn't.
Yeah, true. They are mirrored. So, like, while exactly the same, they're also, like, mirrored, if that makes sense. So somebody who maybe knows the person, like, really well and, like, or is very observant could probably realize that it is, in fact, a reflected.
Do we know if their clothes get mirrored as well? Do you think if they were wearing print then they landed up with mirrored print, and so that's like one of the.
That's very
Wait.
interesting.
Or is there maybe just like a whole fashion brand of mirrored clothes so that you can identify as the mirrored version of yourself?
Oh, that'd be interesting. I mean, we haven't talked about it, but
Yeah, something to look into.
yeah, something to look into.
I'm sure Leia's gonna love me coming back and going, "Hey, I have a few more things we need to add."
All right, and then we also have the Baka as well. So the Baka, we kind of recently added them. They've been around, like Seven created the Baka as well, but we've sort of recently added them to Sujata's journal. Mainly because of one of our future regions, where they'll become a bit more prevalent. But for now, we're gonna...
Also, if you guys are looking at this document closely, you'll see there's footnotes. Obviously, this isn't the layout version of Sajata's that we have. This is just an easy to look at doc for us to show on stream. But the footnotes are Sujata's footnotes on their thoughts on what's, all these lineages and everything. I cannot tell you how much joy I take in writing footnotes. It is the most, it is so amusing to be like, yes, let me write a serious thought, and let me just add a little opinion about what this character thinks about all of this. And it's great fun. Yeah.
So yeah, these will be added to like the laid out version, probably in like a handwriting font or something, All right. Next up, we have the Win, the little guys. So these, the Win are basically beings made of like fungus and like fauna, who speak and think slowly. They actually can speak over the MiFi network, because the MiFi network is also fungus. So that's pretty cool. Our project owner Seven played a mighty Win.
I can imagine the number of puns that are gonna come out of this lineages now.
Yeah,
it's just gonna be everyone gonna going, when? Now? No, I'm when? No, I'm asking you, where are you? I can't. It's endless. Anyway.
The Win are also fun because, and you'll see when we jump over to the Atlas in a few minutes, is their language does not have vowels. And so those are definitely some of the places where we're going to need pronunciations. Like you'll need pronunciations. And actually, I'll show you one right now. So this is going to be in a future section. But they have several colonies actually in the Mefelsmith jungle. So this right here is a Win word. As you can see, no vowels there.
I love it.
So we'll talk about.
I believe is Rigenby also
yes.
Wen place?
Yes.
It was great because we were taking the Confluence around Big Bad Con, the Atlas, around Big Bad Con, and every time I would flip to a thing, people would look at Rigenby, which is spelled RGNB. And obviously, being a bunch of gamer nerds, they would be like, "Is this place RGNB?" And I mean, it is colorful enough to be named RGNB, but it's supposed to be pronounced Rigenby. Coming into this project and just seeing these names, there was definitely a moment of going, is this team messing with me? What's going on? And then I learned about the Wen. I'm like, okay, makes sense. That makes a lot more sense now.
Yeah. I mean, we've got a language that doesn't have vowels, and then we have a language that has so many vowels.
So many.
All right. Okay, so the next two I'll go over together. So we have the Falcon and the Goblins. They're both from Era 14. They are like closely related. And like there's a story behind like how they're related, like their respective gods were cousins, I believe, or not cousins, I forget, like brother and sister. I forget at the moment, and that's who sort of like created each of these like lineages. I have to look at that again. Oh my goodness. Can't believe I don't remember. But the Falcons they sort of they have like weasel like faces. They're pretty cool looking. And then our goblins are jelly blooded, which means they have like funguses, molds, all those things that grow from their skin, or is part of their skin, I should actually say. And it's something that they need to take care of if they want to remain healthy. So we've got some really cool goblins here.
Very funky looking goblin. I think goblins and mortals, I think, are the only two lineages that are kind of more tied to or have been seen in a traditional media, right? Traditional fantasy media.
Well, I mean, sort of, because like Alfira,
yeah, okay,
as well,
Alfira
and then like the Bande, which could be anything. So, which are coming up here in just in a second.
I think goblins, while seen the ones over here, they are visually just very different because of the jelly-blooded aspect.
Yeah.
I think they look really cool. Like I was never really a kind of goblin player, but after the jelly-blooded goblins came into my vision, I'm like, yeah, cool. That would be fun to play.
Yeah.
They're written very differently as well. They're very interesting.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you, Seven. Duran and Ferris Gold were siblings. I had it right. They were siblings. Okay. I was gonna say, I had fun creating one of the Akari archivists for one of the future regions, Zin, and having our artists give Zin like a fungus like mohawk. So I was like, yeah, that looks super cool. But cool. Also interesting because he's actually allergic to the sun.
Which one?
What do you mean? Oh, well, true. There actually is one specific one that they're allergic to, and if I remember right, it is the orange one, which is unfortunately the one that is around most of the time during the day. So
yes,
they wear like
which sun.
Like
so you can find out more about that
during the day. Yes, which sun? So Jatha will give you all of that information.
Yes. Yeah, I think Sujata is also it's because the atlas is written from the perspective of people in the world, so they don't really explain the obvious stuff to their readers, because why would you explain that there's X number of suns to someone who can see them all the time? But Sujata's writing as a personal note, as a person who's come into this world, so they explain a lot of the different things, including the calendar, the day-night cycles, all of that stuff. So, yeah.
All right, next up we've got the Hyans. So the Hyans are made of color, and they also eat color, which is part of chroma magic, or what we call analogous abilities. And you don't have to be Hyan to do that. You can actually learn chroma magic. And they always look like super cool. I love the art of the Hyans.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. So we've got the Bande Dabin or Bande Dabin. We've got both pronunciations there. So however you want to pronounce that, go for it. And the Bande Dabin can basically be any animal, or like on like our Earth. So like we've got art of like a hammerhead shark person. We've got bird people. What else? Oh my god, tigers. There's so many. So any of the animals that are basically on our Earth could be a Bande Dabin. And yes, we know there are some overlap between like some of the other animal lineages that we have. But you could be a Lalo bat or a Bande Dabin bat. So you can kind of choose, because lineage really doesn't matter. Maybe where you're from, possibly, but when you play a lineage, you don't get any benefits over any other lineage in Confluence.
Yeah, they're very narrative focused lineages, so that you can lean into the themes and kind of like story elements you want to explore, then rather mechanical limitations that you're enforced, right? We don't want to lock you into like, you get this focus or this ability if you pick this lineage.
Yeah, exactly. And then the last one that we have for lineages is the Jernong. The Jurong are the protectors of the sky whales in the Motley Coast. And they kind of look like rabbits with these really weird feet that kind of creep me out. But they're
I mean,
really
yeah. As a group of people, their culture is very focused on protecting the sky whales, which, if you've seen any of the art at this point, the sky whales are very central to Confluence, right?
Yeah.
So the Jonang have kind of like taken it upon themselves to protect them from nefarious elements, and I personally think their feet are cool, but I understand, Kandi. It's okay. You can hate on their feet.
I mean, I'm not
You're
really.
allowed.
I don't know if I'm really hating on them. It's just that, you know, how sometimes it's kind of like trypophobia or typophobia, however you pronounce that, where you just kind of look at it and you just kind of get like the oof. Okay,
That's me with the tongue and the that we have
the Mert.
yeah.
The
The first time I saw that, I was like, guys, why, what, how? And then I was like, okay, I warmed up to it. I wouldn't say it does give me the little heebie-jeebies, but it's something to explore. So it's
Yeah. All right. So moving over to the Atlas, I guess the first thing is that the Atlas is written by the Ikari Archive Office. So Ikari Archive Office. For that, Ikari is actually a city in a future region. And so yeah, I get a little sneak peek at that. Let's see. How do I want to do this? You know what? We'll just scroll. We're just gonna scroll.
I'll do a really fast scroll.
Let me get to okay, here we go. This is good. Okay, so the map. So we have sort of the big map, and then we have like smaller sections of the map when you get to those actual sections in the Atlas. Currently, this may change, but currently the bigger map has sort of the main locales of Motley Coast, the region. Okay, and then when you get to some of the smaller parts of it, then you'll see a few other like little cities and named, and those cities actually don't have any information there for you to be able to be like, oh, hey, here's a city, let's do something with it. Okay, so we might do something with it in the future, but there's just some named locations that you can use and build out if you want to. All right, so looking at the big map, we're gonna start in the west. We've got Krona. Krona is our time bubble city. I'm just gonna go down here. We've got Brighton. Brighton is one of the major cities in the Gravity Isles.
Love it.
So
Welcome
you can see
to
our
our
Gravity
fantasy
Isles.
world, everyone.
Yes.
This far off, like something you've never seen before. Welcome to Brighton.
Brighton.
I swear, this team at times.
We had some fun naming some things here and there.
Brighton.
Yes, Brighton. We also have Crop Circle Junction.
That one's fine.
I named that one, y'all. I named that one.
Yeah, that's cool.
Basically, the city it's a manufacturing like hub, and it is actually built in sort of like this big like circle that just kind of goes out and out and out. Hence the name. Going across here, we have the Soaring Vale Falls, Project C1019, and then Dome B1. And then if you go down here, we have, this is the biggest city in the region, Motley Coast City. So think New York, New York. And then south of that, we have the Calor Archipelago. So all of these islands right here are part of Calor. And in the center of that, we have the Color Dome. So it is an underwater dome city, which is pretty cool. And so the smaller map actually has the names of these islands, actually. And then if we go to the second part of the map, this is what Shubham was talking about, Riggin B. So RGNB is Riggenby. And then off to the far east, we have Perrin, and then Delrun. Right, so
Okay,
yeah.
quickly, Kandi, which
Yes.
one, which is your favorite city or place? From Motley Coast, you can't go
Yeah,
beyond that.
yeah. It has to be Motley Coast City. Like
Okay.
there's so much there. And the reason why, if you look at the atlas, when you get it, Motley Coast City has more information than the other cities, and that's because we decided to do what we call gazetteers, of like important, not important, but like locations where we thought people would spend a lot of time. And just the way that the city, you've got it's sort of built around this big sky whale skeleton. You've got the floating market, which is alive at night. So it's just sort of mixed between maybe like Las Vegas and New Orleans. And so, yeah, it's just, yeah. I think in this region, I think it is my favorite. If I had to go for a second one, though, probably Delrun.
I was good. To answer my own question,
Yeah.
I would technically love Krona because I also got to write Krona a lot,
Yeah.
and I really like what you get to mess around with over there.
Yeah.
But if you gave me a city to go live in, it would be Delrun.
It would be Delrun.
Motley Coast is my retirement plan. Delrun's
Yeah.
my where I want to be spending time.
Yes.
I want to go fuck shit up in Delrun and like get in with the pirates and yeah. Delvin's exciting as hell.
Yeah.
To be fair, the rest have some other really exciting things.
Yeah.
Like if you're a sports fan, you should totally go to the Gravity Well area and pick up join the sports teams over there. If you are super into science, go check out Soaring Whale Falls and Project C's 1019. And if you want to do a steampunk industrial revolution era kind of thing, go to Crop Circle Junction. There's just the potential is all there.
And you know what? One thing I did forget, and I'm not sure. Let's see, is it on here somewhere? That might be something we need to add. So the continent that the region of the Motley Coast is on, with two other regions, is Wimrel, Wemrel. Yeah, we should have that somewhere. Let me double check. Yeah. Okay, it's in the like text for sure, but we should probably add it to the map as well. But yeah, so is Wimrel, and then we have the Wimrail, which is the train.
Thank you.
Yeah. The train
also, sorry, but this team is so on point with puns and coming up with ridiculous names. And then there was this one team meeting where we're like, what's the rail network that connects this area going to be called, that's built on the city of the continent of Wemrel. And I was just staring at everyone. I'm like, Wemrail? And everyone lost their minds. And I'm like, wait, you guys didn't see this? It's right there. So that was my moment of, I think that memorable moments pretty up there. Coming up with a pun that this team hadn't thought of.
Yeah, no, that was good.
And everyone was like, yes, Wemrail. And I'm like, oh god, I can't believe I had this, but yes, go for it.
All right.
So, yeah.
And then the sea that sort of outlines the coast of the coast of the Motley Coast is the Swirling Sea. If you don't know, the soils of the Motley Coast are different colors. Okay, and each, when things grow from that soil or eat things that grow from that soil, they can actually change, or they do actually change into the color of the soil. And so that water also, when water sort of, washes into the rivers and the sea, it still stays that color. And the whole thing about this region is that color, it actually doesn't really mix, and so you don't get like these murky waters because all of these colors mix. You get multicolored water, and so that's why we call it the Swirling Sea.
It's yeah, ain't nothing like you've seen before.
Yeah. For sure. Let's see. There's something very specific that I want to scroll to. Okay, well, we kind of talked about this. So the Jernong, are part of a flotilla, a flying sort of, flotilla. Yeah, like a bunch of, like a group of them go around with the sky whales and protect the sky whales. On different other like flying creatures, right? So like we have got flying manta rays and things like that. And so there's the Jernong flotilla, and this right here. So I did hear, I think it was one of our reviewers did say this incorrectly, so I do want to give a pronunciation for this. Now I'm going to give a bit of a a little something. So because I can roll my R's. I've spoken enough Spanish where, like, sometimes even just speaking English, I will roll an R. So I say this as the Naceros, like, order. But if you can't, that's fine, or don't want to, Naceros order. So that's that. Can you roll your R's, Shubham?
I don't know. No, actually, I'm pretty sure I can't. Like, I historically, because yeah, so I don't even yeah, Nacero's order. That's
Yes,
you,
yeah,
you
okay.
can get it from me. That's about it. Yeah.
So to be either way is fine. But yeah, Naceros or Naceros. Awesome. Okay. All right, so this is what I was talking about. This is the Gravity Isles sort of zoomed in. Oh, you know what? This is the old one because this did get changed out, but that's fine. Or it's something that we didn't realize. So this is actually not the Gravity Isles, but this is like the area where Riggenby is. And so this city right here, again, there's no information in the atlas about the city. It's a place that you can do with what you will. Yeah. Yeah, how would you say it?
Badinzens?
Yeah, Badinzen. I was thinking Badinzen when I made it up.
I think once you get the idea that, like,
yeah,
you
just sort of.
Then you roll with it.
Yeah, exactly. So there's that one. I'm trying to think. Was there anything else?
Did we talk a little bit about the? Go for it. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No. I was gonna jump ahead, so you can say whatever you want to say.
Okay. Well, I was going to go to the Mern cities, cities, because I have a problem. I can't say them. If you've been watching all day today, I laugh. All right. Okay. Sure. One of my nicknames is Laffy Taffy. All right.
Yeah, that is so cute. Oh my god, I'm gonna change your name on Discord to that actually from now on. It's too good. That's
so so I start to get giggle fits whenever I try to say these cities. Okay.
Yes.
I'm giving a little time for it to catch up on stream so you can see them. But so yeah, like Seven, when we first started doing this, Seven said it perfectly, and I'm just giggling, and I'm like, that's great, but I can't say it. I even tried for the last week actually saying it, and I always start giggling.
So the way I lean into this is what I pretend to do is I pretend to be a Morlock from World of Warcraft.
Okay.
And I try to say it like that.
Okay.
I just go and then it's like and that's the only way I get through. So there you go. I don't know if that's what Seven intended, but that's what their lore keeper and lore master, what do you call it, creative leads are just saying. So I think we're just gonna have to roll with it.
Okay. So Seven actually says it like whale speak. So if you've seen like Finding Nemo,
yes.
yeah. So that's how they that's how they do. And I just I can't.
I love it.
Like even just trying to say it regular, like I just hear it in whale speak, and I just start laughing.
That's fair.
Seven's trying to get me to say it in chat.
It's like you gotta see now the big boss is kind of getting on it, so you're gonna have to just deliver now.
I
Gotta
can't.
try it once, Candy. Try it for the stream. For the
Hold on,
stream.
hold on. Let me. Is the other one in
Catch your
here?
breath.
Oh no, because the other one is not necessarily a city anymore. Oh crap. It's in here, but it doesn't have its own section. So, the one that Seven
Hey.
said was
We just got 550 backers.
Hey,
thought that-
all right. Woohoo. So 550 backers means that we have unlocked another city or location to do the 10 things to do in. And I'll show you what that is in a second. On here. Oh, yeah, what's this? Oh, hold on. There we go. And I'll show you what that means in a second. And so what you can do is you can go to our polls in the community section of the backer kit, and you get to vote on, the cities that we do that for. So we're unlocking 3 of the 8 cities currently that we have on that list. And so at 575, we will unlock another one.
Another one. What is
Okay.
it? DJ Khaled's world creation.
Another one. And another one.
Love
So what I was saying,
Yes.
so at the beginning of this era 9 Confluence, the world was pretty much all water. And so as people were getting pulled and sort of the previous era spit out some of the other inhabitants, I think is probably sort of like Waterworld at that point. They were probably having to make like boats and then things that floated just to stay alive, right? But in this one section, so the Mern are like one of the early lineages, or one of the first like peoples or lineages of Confluence. And again, they are an underwater lineage. And so they were, going around and helping and all that stuff. But one of their earliest settlements, and I'm going to try it. One of their earliest settlements is where Motley Coast City is now. So that settlement is no longer there because of as the land like rose and they turned into ruins and things like that as more land rose and all that. But so and I don't remember how many vowels are in it, so I'm just gonna kind of remind myself, or not remind. I'm gonna spell it, but I might be missing like a vowel or two. But basically, it's T U U U U U. I think it's 5. S V and then A 4 A's. I think that's what it is if I remember right. Okay, so that is the name of that settlement. That's the very first time I heard Seven do the bird. And oh gosh, it is Tuzba. I can't keep up the will because I start to laugh and so it changes my pitch. Yeah. But it's something like that. That's the best you're gonna get from me right now. There you go.
Why am I doing this on stream? It shouldn't be right.
So yes, that is that city.
Nice.
Oh my god. And then I think most of these other ones are pretty easy. We've got like Barilla, we've got Esdal. We went over those. Oh, here's another Wind City, Elgin. Just Elgin. Just Elgin.
Elgin. Nice. Nice.
Let's see. What else?
Should we talk a little bit
Sure.
about the history of the Motley Coast?
Yes.
Or do we want to...
Oh, we're kind of actually running into the outro at this point. I did just kind of talk about the very sort of beginning, where the Mern people came from, but I think we're good for now. We'll have to do maybe a separate like history stream.
It's just going to be me talking for 5 hours, isn't it?
I mean, We can break it up into chunks if we need to.
Yeah, that just
Do a
for my
series or something.
physical health, nothing
Yeah,
else.
yeah,
I'll
for
go
sure.
on, but you need to force me to stop and do other things. Yeah,
Yeah.
sounds like a plan.
All right, y'all. Thank you for sitting here and listening to us ramble about pronunciations and sort of the histories of some of the other eras, a little bit of the Motley Coast. If you've seen a word anywhere in our materials or a Backend page and you're like, I don't know how to pronounce that, and we didn't go over it, hey, let us know. We can do like little TikToks or something of pronunciation so that you can go and check them out.
I personally request all of you to specifically ask Kandi to pronounce all the words that they refuse to pronounce today. And you know what? I think they have to do it for the backer kid. That's it. So get in there and do that. That's my ask.
Shubham. OMG.
Yeah. Good content.
Oh no. It's gonna be me laughing for 15 minutes. Sorry, y'all.
Which is also good content. We need Laffy Taffy on TikTok cracking up. That's peak. I love it. But yeah.
Oh no. Okay. All right, y'all. Well, I'll be in the outro. Are you gonna be in the outro?
I will bounce, and I will let you guide us out of this.
Okay.
And
yeah,
take it away.
Right.
Before I go, thank you
Yeah.
everybody. This has been lovely. I hope to be speaking to all of you again in the future, talking more about the Motley Coast and Confluence and Ajuria and Wembrol and all the other hidden places that haven't been revealed.
Oof,
so go do the thing so that we can do that.
Alrighty.
Alright.
Thank you,
Peace, everyone.
Shabam. I'll see you all in a
Welcome,
minute
everyone.
after a quick break. Bye.
Bye.
Come on.
Goodbye, Sin.
Hello. Oh.
Hello.
No sin for us.
I'm here, I promise.
I advise
Hi.
it. I advise.
Just as we go live, you got out of your chair.
Right.
That's very funny.
Very good.
You
Perfect.
thought you would see me? No.
I am here. I exist. Hello.
All right.
Yay.
Hi, everybody. It's the last hour.
Finally. How have you been doing,
Woo!
Kandi? I've been paying attention, but you've been
Um,
running the show this afternoon.
I'm okay. I'm good. I'm chilling.
We love you.
Kandi and
I got a
Leia
whole
have been
packet done
here
when
the
you were
whole
producing,
time.
so you know.
I
I
did
know,
step
yes,
away. I
yes.
made dinner. I did get up and leave for a while.
Yeah, I did
At
about
some point.
30 minutes of packing, and then I'm like, meh.
Oh my god. When is that happening? Soon, I guess.
You're
Yes,
leaving in like
I
5
leave
days.
next Saturday. Next Saturday. So,
You're packing for something that's a week later?
huh?
Oh, moving.
No,
7.
moving.
Moving.
Like, not just the...
Okay, never mind. Now you're going on a little trip.
No.
More power.
No, I mean,
Well, you know, Kandi is
I'm
always
still-
prepared a week in advance. That's how it works.
You know, at least a few days early packing for trips.
Oh
so.
god, someone save me. So I'm so sorry, Kandi. Can you hit Laura?
I can't. I definitely can't do that one. That one too works for me.
Laura.
Wow.
This is the plot.
I was
Yeah, maybe
laughing
just like
when-
Laura.
when y'all were doing the calibration. I was laughing during that.
It was
When y'all-
hilarious.
Yeah, I-
That calibration still blows my mind. How did we create
I
Alien, Mario, and
desperately,
Luigi? I still don't
just-
know.
Sin, I want to play a one-shot with you and Ponder where we play this duo. I want it in my
It was so
soul. It's so funny.
I'm still thinking about it, and I'm just like, how did we create Fast and the Furious,
dude.
Alien, Luigi, and Mario?
Yeah.
And Dune.
dude.
And
yeah.
And
Dune.
you can't forget Dune.
I can't. It's
The
hilarious.
crossover was wild.
Yeah,
Dorks.
game sounded.
Betrayed by their.
You're like,
by
the ship is
Alien
alive. Wait, what
Yoshi.
was that? The ship is alive. Oh god, what was the?
Oh yeah. Also, we have ships that are alive because this is also the magicians.
Yeah, the palette was like symbiotic, and I was
there was
like,
a
why
comment
not?
though, but
have
oh man, I
all
was
of the
cracking up so
ships
hard.
be alive? And I was like, yeah.
But it's been a really fun day.
It has.
with all the
It has been
streams
a
and
really fun
stuff.
day.
Uh,
If you did not watch the stuff earlier, we do have interviews with Dan Munoz from Alchemy RPG. Alchemy is doing our VTT.
yes, learn
You
some
get
things. learn some things
Access
about
if
alchemy
you
as
back
well.
us.
Yes.
So go back us.
Yes.
And also Kayla Dice from Ratwave Game House, who has Transgender Deathmatch Legend 2 out right now. If you're queer, it will make you feel good inside. It's an awesome game. The first edition was great. Second edition is even more wild. 100% here for it. So go back that. And also we had an interview with the creator, one of the creators of Fatebound, Scott, whose last name I should know but don't.
Awesome.
Hold the phone. Now give the phone to me. It is Scott Falzone.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Falzone.
Yes. We are doing a cross collab with, so please go check out their stuff too. Consider backing both of us. You will get the adventure, The Fates of Those Who Dream, which will include some sneak previews of future material from our region of Agni, which is very, very fun and has a lot to do with dreaming and also mangroves and other cool stuff.
Yeah, that interview was a lot of fun. I learned a lot more about the game, and I'm like, this is even cooler than I thought.
I know, and Eerie Games generally just has some really,
really
cool
cool
products
games,
out
yeah.
there. Highly recommend their games. They're just a fun crew of weirdos who live in Michigan.
That's where I'm originally
If you
from.
didn't know that.
I mean, Michiganders. We're kind of cool.
You just gotta find your people. Your people of weirdos.
Yes.
Of which
Absolutely.
we could argue we have found here as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
That's not a question.
It was really
You get-
important to me that everyone who worked on this project was normal.
Incredible. incredibly normal. Yeah.
Okay.
The most normal.
7 as your project lead, I think I failed you.
Right.
Every single one of us is incredibly normal.
Normalist
course.
people on
We
Earth.
are we
Yeah.
are neurotypical people,
Incredibly.
obviously.
Like, we wake up at like 8 in the morning every day. We go to bed.
Yeah, no, we work a
And-
standard 9 to 5, even when we're working from home.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. None of us have trouble sleeping. Okay.
Oh my
Absolutely.
goodness.
We
No,
we all
we
sleep
surely don't.
just so well, and none of us have chronic health issues either. We are perfect specimens.
I go rock climbing.
You do though actually
Yeah,
go rock
yeah,
climbing.
yeah.
Everything that I
Yeah.
just said was sarcastic. You actually do.
I'm
rock climbing.
so probably healthy.
How is rock climbing for you? How is that going for you?
You know, it goes so well, except for it's snowing a lot, and so I didn't go yesterday.
You do
So it's
inside
so
or
much.
outside rock climbing or both?
It's
Do you do
inside, but
both?
I didn't want to drive there.
Yeah.
No, that's fair. I
It's been
I
snowing,
didn't know
like,
if you had
nonstop
you also
for 2
because you
days.
live in Colorado. You could have gone to a place to do like you could be an outside and inside rock
I go
climber.
rock climbing on actual rock face.
It's scary, and the people who told me they'd take me haven't taken me.
No.
It is, and the rocks
I'm
are sharp. So
Yeah,
you'll
yeah,
get
no, yeah.
hurt. They don't
Yeah.
I
play.
see that being a very
Get your
much
manicure after.
scarier.
Project.
So yeah, it's
All
been a
right.
good day.
My tiny hands could never. I don't think so.
Ah.
I don't have big hands. What? Where
You
are
don't
we
need big
talking
hands. You don't need big hands.
about?
It's not a thing.
I feel like
You
I'm-
just
I-
need strong fingers. That's all.
well,
Good grippers.
Good grippers.
you would think that all my years of drawing and art commissions would give me
Makes
stronger
it worse.
fingers.
It turns out that doesn't help much.
Yeah,
Doesn't-
no.
It really doesn't.
I will say that when I get deep into crochet during the lockdown, I got really like 30 hours a week of crochet. Okay, like, I was a little bit insane. I did have much
It's a full-time
stronger fingers
job.
when I was doing
30
like a
hours
lot.
of crochet a week. What is that? A full-time job?
I literally worked and crocheted because this was also deep in burnout time too.
Yeah.
So like I
Yeah.
only had the energy to do
To
like
crochet.
an hour of work a day and then to sit and watch television. My brain went insane and I had to do something. So sit and
Yeah,
I
I
would
get it.
watch too much
I get
horror
it.
movies and crochet. And that's all I
Perfect.
did.
I absolutely get it. That would also be me.
Oh no.
That's so ideal.
Anyway, we're doing our outro. It's a whole hour. We're just hanging
Yeah, we're
out.
just chilling.
Just to let the audience know what they're in
Yes.
for. This is it. For like the next 40 minutes, and maybe we'll spend 10 minutes being like, "Go back us" or something.
Oh yeah, we'll say that right now. Go back us.
Yeah,
Go
yeah.
back us.
Go
Tell
back
your
us.
friends to
I mean,
back us. We only have
We're-
one more person until we hit our next achievement.
No,
One
we hit
more.
it. We hit it.
No,
we did it?
hit it.
Yes,
We did it!
Yeah.
We're
We're
at
already
49.
there, baby.
550
Yes.
backers.
We're at 550 and at 49.5. We're almost to 50k. Hell
Okay,
yeah.
let's get to 50k today though. That's like my inside goal that I'm now putting outside. Let's get to 50k today. And also that means that you, if you have not yet, go to our BackerKit page. Even if you've already backed us, go to our BackerKit page and vote on the city or location that you would like to see get a further treatment of more lore. You get we're doing 10 things to do in X. If you have seen the playtest material, you know Motley Coast City already has one. It's a little spread of like a pamphlet like you might find when you go to a visitor center of things that you might do there. And so this will give you more story hooks, it'll give you more ephemera, it'll give you more stuff to use in your campaign and flesh out those locations even more than they already are. And if, I mean, like, it's possible that we get to do them all. But if we don't get to do them all, then only the ones with the highest votes will get that treatment. So go
Should
out and make
should
sure you get that.
I
I think we have 2 days,
tell the
3
top
days left
three?
on the...
Should I
What's winning right
should I
now?
go for the release the top 3?
Can we even see who's winning?
I
Does
can,
backer
yeah.
get let? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there is a way to see it. So
It's a
this
secret.
this poll ends on Monday at noon Pacific. Okay, but currently Krona is in the lead by 2 votes.
Of course.
Yep.
Okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
By only 2 votes. Color Dome.
How many votes?
Yeah. Yeah, Color Dome is next. And the next one after that is Riggenby.
Hell yeah.
Yay.
For my Riggenby.
So those are, if the numbers stay similar to this, those are the 3 that we have unlocked so far.
Gimme.
That's
Gimme
red. How many votes do we have right now? Like how many people have voted on this?
I am not somewhere where I can see the total,
Ooh,
but look.
I think I can.
20,
I think I can.
52.
40, 50.
52?
Yeah.
That's pretty good actually,
Yeah,
in
that is
terms
pretty
of
good.
our polls generally. So
Mhm.
glad people are liking it.
Yep. So you got a couple more days, a day and a half ish, to keep voting. And then if you want to know, I guess what is next on the list, if the votes stay similar, Delrun would be next. So Pirate City.
Honestly, I'm surprised Delrun
Yeah.
is low. Like
Same.
a number
It's-
4 right now. That's
yeah, that's number 4.
everyone.
So,
Well, but
I guess people are more interested in the time bendy stuff.
the Color Dome does not have as much material as like Color Dome and Krona both don't have as much material right now. So it's also possible that some of our voters have been like, these are the ones that
I
deserve
want
more.
more.
Yeah.
Um,
True.
so it's possible.
Yep.
If you don't know already, you can go to our Discord and see our playtest material. You can also register for our current beta 1.5 playtest, which is going through early January. So
Early.
you can, yeah, it's like the 5th or the 7th, something like that.
One of those.
So yeah, so you can play test what we have right now and put your voice in for things you would like to see changed. Thank you, Kandi, for posting the Discord link.
No
Hell yeah.
problem.
Hell yeah. Exciting. Exciting. We're so close to 50K. How exciting.
I know! Under $500 to 50K.
There.
We are 90% funded right now. So close. So close.
So,
And
what's it
there's-
like to run a 10-hour stream for y'all who've been on the helm?
Just as intense as I remember it being. This is not the first 10-hour stream that I have done, but it's been fun, honestly. It's been such a long time since I've actually done streaming. I'm like, I thought I would be more tired. I'm assuming that like later in like 3
You're probably gonna
hours,
crash.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
crash, and I'm gonna be like, why did I say I was fine? Because I'm not. But right now,
We're just
right
not
now
gonna
I'm
hear
pretty
from
okay.
Leia tomorrow.
you have to, because I have to work on I have to do some work on our quick start tomorrow.
Oh yes. Oh, by the way, speaking of quick start, I ran it, kinda ran it a little bit, at Big Bad. Had a great time.
Good. All right.
It turned into a cult thing.
I'm not surprised.
Alright.
The quick start's kind of culty. It's true.
We love cults.
They said for the themes they were like, we want mystery cults, and I'm like, rad.
Everyone loves the
mystery
mystery cult.
cults. We're doing it. And it turned into a thing. It was hilarious. Honestly, the characters that they created were hilarious. I gave them a very simple thing of, you're getting hired by the Ikari archive to go look in over there because one of their archivists is missing. So go do the thing. And it was hilarious because it turned into like one of the characters being a long-time retainer of the archive to do like, random odd jobs for the archive that the researchers typically are not equipped to do, or like they're basically in charge of getting researchers out of sticky situations if they end up in sticky situations.
I
right?
love that.
Yeah. So he comes in, and then like the archive is like, go assemble your team, but also bring this guy, and this guy is like the nephew of one of the archivists also working. It was hilarious. It was
I love
hilarious.
that.
Yeah, it was a great time. And like I went in there not really expecting anything. Uh, Three of them already knew each other, so there was some synergy there. So it was easy to kind of get them to like come together. But they eventually found the lair of the cult that that had stolen this archivist, because this archivist was unraveling this cult's plans, of
Mm.
which this cult was essentially siphoning the power of a fallen god into a black mirror shard. So that was pretty fun. That was pretty cool. It was a good time. Good time. I was
Awesome.
struggling to fit within the time frame,
Yeah.
but we made it.
Hell
Made it.
yeah.
That's what matters.
Amazing.
It was a good time. It was a good time.
You will see, I think, the quick start before the end of our campaign. So sometime
yeah.
this week, hopefully, if everything goes the way that we want it, it is fun. It is not in Motley Coast proper. It is one city is pulled into another city, and there's a missing archivist, and you gotta go figure out what is happening with all of this stuff. And it's a good time. It's got several different types of magic.
They love the ephemera. They found it funny that they like one of the ephemera is just a computer password. So they were like, "Oh, take a picture," and they had to like they enter password to get like the surveillance cameras. It was a ton of fun. They had a good time.
Always
Amazing.
magic.
So keep an eye out.
Yeah.
For that.
I always
hopefully
worry
next few
sometimes
days.
when I bring people in who have like very little exposure beforehand and are like immediately have to be drawn into a playtest, because sometimes you have to kind of like romance them with the atlas a little bit. Like sometimes I feel like you have to like lure them in and seduce them with the atlas, the art and everything just a little bit. But these guys are just kind of like, sure, let's go. I love it. Let's go right in. And I was like,
That's
hell
that
yeah.
lovely
Like, do
atlas
you
right there.
do you want to come over? I have an atlas.
Right.
Atlas and chill.
This is how I'm getting my next date. Just like, I
You wanna
have
go
a beautiful
like,
book
read
full of
atlas?
art and lore. You like lore, right? Come on, come take a look.
But yeah, it was a good time. I had a great time.
Awesome.
Oh goodness.
We got a couple other things hopefully coming up this week.
Oh, yeah,
So
you
just a
said,
quick
like, an interview?
start. Ponderkind, our friend Ponderkind. Can you get the Twitch?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll go get
Somebody?
I'll go
Okay,
get
thank you. Our friend Ponderkind, who was with us for the calibration stream, is doing a one shot of Confluence. I need to get the actual like date and time so I can pop it into the update.
October 14th at 4:30.
November.
No, jeez. November 14th
There we go.
at 4:30 GMT plus 8.
Okay,
Yeah.
and we'll get like PST in the update for you as well. So you won't have to do too much.
Secrets. Who knows?
Also on Friday. Well, okay, so we haven't released any information on that, but sometime this week you should be also seeing a interview that me and Leia did. That should pop up hopefully the next few days. And then
It was a 2-hour conversation. I don't know. I
Wow.
don't know how long the actual episode's gonna be. Much shorter.
Yeah,
than
it's
2
gonna be
hours,
edited.
but
It's gonna be edited.
Dang, that's a long
But
talk.
it was 2-hour conversation, and it was a fun conversation. We talked about a lot of stuff.
We love a conversation.
Yeah. So as soon as I get the information on that, we'll also go in the updates. And then the last thing is on the last day of the campaign.
At the last hours.
The last couple of hours. So at 4 p.m. Mountain, I will be on a panel with a few TTRPG designers. If you may know this person from TikTok or Twitter or Blue Sky, but Anne the Gnome or Gnome Anne, they go by either on the socials. They're hosting a panel on strange ecologies, and we have a ton of those in Confluence. So at 4 p.m., which is like 2 to 3 hours before we end, I'll be on that panel. And then also we're doing like a stream, starting a half hour before we end. So we'll get all those dates and times to you in the updates this week. But we'll be streaming again. And if we happen to go past our time, if we have a backer train still going, we'll keep going. We'll keep going. I don't know how long, but we'll keep going.
We'll go until the backer train is over.
Yeah,
for sure, at minimum.
Okay, did you hear that the longest one was just done? The Between, which is actually a really cool RPG. I have that, but they have the, I guess, record now for the longest backer train at 40 hours.
Okay, I'm gonna be so real with you. I'm gonna be so incredibly real with you right now. If we have 40 hours of a backer train on this project, which would mean we far surpass anything we could possibly imagine for the next 6 days of this campaign, I will drink more coffee than I have drunk in a while. I will not say ever, because that's too much. And I will be here as long as I am physically able. Okay?
That's horrifying. I love that for you.
Right now, with where we are on this campaign, can any of us foresee 40 hours of a backer train? I would be ecstatic. I would have so much adrenaline. I don't even know if I would need coffee.
That's 40 hours. It's crazy.
That's a lot. I'll also be moving and driving.
Oh my god.
The next day.
Yeah, so we're not expecting
unfortunately,
you to
I
do
won't
that.
be able to join. Yes.
Look, I know that if we had multiple hours of a backer train, there are multiple people on our team that would be like, I guess I'm dropping by because y'all are still going.
I just did the math because I want to know that the minimum, if it was perfectly spaced out, it'd be
Like
about
one per 10
280
minutes.
people.
Oh my god.
But that's only if it was like exactly like, oh, it's
Like-
about to end. Oh, one more person came.
Yeah.
And I would imagine that if it lasted 40 hours, that wouldn't happen. It would have been like heinous and horrifying and like multiple people.
Okay,
per,
if that
like,
happens, if we get one person every 10 minutes and we only get 280 in 40 hours, I will be mildly upset.
What is that?
it would be a bit. It would be like half of what we have right now.
Yeah, it's about half of what
Yeah.
we have right now.
That'd be a really funny way for it to last 40 hours. Is like, okay, and oh my god, again? Are you sure? There was 1 second. There was 1 second left. Can you not let it end?
Well, then it becomes a game, right? Like, can you click on the last
Oh,
second
no.
in order to be the next person? And who's gonna do it? You know, like who's gonna be that person? There's gonna be multiple people. You don't know. Like that. I think that'd actually be fun. There's like a eBay people who like sit there and like snipe like the last
Yeah.
possible second on stuff. Which now
Incredible.
there are programs for that and have been for decades. But like
Yeah.
there used to be, you had to sit on eBay and wait until the last possible moment.
That'd be too much.
That was,
No.
yeah.
My
No
dad is an
snippings.
eBay man, so I know these
Ooh.
things.
An eBay man. Is that a new lineage?
eBay man.
No, that's a fallen god to go along with G Daddy, who we still need
G-Daddy,
to add.
Yeah, G Daddy. Yeah.
Oh, not G Daddy.
Yes, we will have G Daddy will be in our outlets. It's happening. Everyone will be sad.
You can't. You can't.
I
You're
can't.
not actually allowed.
I am.
Google will know.
Our publishing company will get sued by Google for putting G
Cease and
Daddy.
desist.
We'll spell it Gee Daddy. They can't say shit.
It's just G Daddy. It's just G Daddy. That's all.
Legally distinct.
Yes.
Legally
Because
just.
it could be Jed Daddy, depending on how
Stop.
you.
I don't know if I like that either. G Daddy. I'd like to petition for it to be Good Daddy.
Good Daddy.
Because I don't do the
Daddy.
jaw. We're not doing the jaw. This isn't
Waiting
GIFs.
for
These are
Good
GIFs.
Daddy.
You could
They are.
say it.
I'm also on the GIF train. GIF is peanut butter.
You
Leave
could
me
just
alone.
call it a good daddy.
Good. Oh,
It'd just be a good daddy.
Well,
this
I think that's a
happening right
different
now?
thing. Then I think that we moved into alternate universe at that point.
What is it like? Do we need to have the feats of Ajuria for that to happen?
Yes.
Good daddy there?
Yes,
It's
we do.
the feet of Ajuria. There's G Daddy's feet.
It's just good daddy.
Good
I-
Daddy.
Interesting.
And then like the quote that we have in there is like, I'm sorry, daddy, I've been bad," or something like that.
Stop! Stop!
Look at the feats of Ajuria. It fits. If the shoe fits.
Right.
Listen, I haven't had sleep. It's fine.
I mean, we could do something really interesting with the spicy calendar as well.
We could. G Daddy belongs
Keep having-
in the spicy
Just keep
calendar.
having good daddy in there.
I don't know if they're gonna. I don't know if this audience is gonna get either of those though.
Yeah.
Maybe next time you'll get
Maybe
the
the
feats of
Atlas should
Ajuria.
have
Maybe next time.
Maybe the Atlas should have like a small
in the quiver.
like cameo of Daddy.
The Atlas should definitely have G Daddy in
Just
it.
like a small
Krona.
focus.
Yeah, Krona.
Yeah,
Hey, friends.
he lives in Krona.
Friends.
Yes,
Yes.
Where are you going right now?
Krona.
What sin are you living in?
All of them,
Me.
all of the
Sorry.
time.
I am the sin.
I don't know how to interact with y'all. I do
Anyway.
not know who you are.
And you find out live.
We are. God, how many more until we actually fund? I don't know how to math right now.
Oh,
but-
I mean that depends. If our friends in
$73.
you know, if there are a bunch of people who get the regional pricing for the PDF, it could be a lot more. If we have more people take up the final touched atlases, the all-in, we only have one more of the touched atlas
We do
altogether, and 11 more of the all-in touched atlas bundle. So if a lot of people get those, not so many.
We need roughly 50 or 60. 50 or 60 wild hogs to back this project.
I believe in us.
When did that come out?
The 30 or 40 wild hogs.
Yeah, I remember that. God.
Important memes
believe-
on the internet.
Did that actually come out of the flooding that happened in the United States, or was that a completely
It was
different...
about guns.
Okay.
It was about how someone needs an AR to kill
Oh.
30 to 40
Yeah,
wild
yeah.
hogs
Yeah, I remember
to
that now.
protect their home.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah.
I have no clue. I just
I-
thought like
It was a
some-
fun America thing.
I'll be honest. I thought that like
probably lying.
farm. I thought that like somebody's farm burst open and
Okay, but fun facts. Fun facts. There was,
their pigs
I think
just
like,
got-
was that like, it might have been it's either 2019 or 2021, like somewhere in there. There was a
Uh-huh.
like wild amount of flooding across a lot of the central Midwest. So we're talking like Nebraska, Iowa, and then also like Georgia, Alabama got a bunch too, which are very different places, but lots of farms in both places.
There you go.
And we ended up with a bunch of hogs that swam away and then became feral
Wild
hogs in the
hogs, yeah.
wild. If anyone knows anything about feral hogs, they're mean,
Nah.
mean bastards.
Yeah.
So then we had, and still do to this day, have way more wild
Razorbacks.
hogs in the United States than we used to because of that.
Oh my god, I just googled it. I see. It is about guns.
Sure is.
Sure is.
You're welcome.
30 to 50 feral hogs. I see.
Yes. Why would you want to own an AR-15?
Well, if you have a farm, that's small numbers actually. Like if that's your your concentration, that's a small number of hogs. if that's
and
your...
also, if you don't want to eat them because you have definitely killed them with a gun that will not allow you to eat them.
Yeah. Dang.
Anyway, we can move on to other topics if we want
That
to.
reminds me of the. Oh, well, I mean, this.
Oh, no,
this
go
kinda
ahead.
Continue
Go
a
ahead,
little
Kandi.
bit,
Go,
but
go,
it
go,
reminds me of the. I had not heard about this before last year or earlier this year. I don't remember, but what was it in Australia? The big birds. It's like the.
Cassowaries?
Emus?
Emus?
Or like massacre
What's
or
a
something. There was
cassowary?
like
Why did I say that?
so many that they basically brought in like like those type of weapons because there were so many. Like it was just wild. I'm like, okay.
Australia does have several
was it,
pretty
the-
invasive species that mess
What was
around.
it?
That they
A
have to.
cassowary also is a bird, Seven. It is.
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
I felt good about that.
Is that
Yeah.
the bird that you're talking about?
It was
The
the emu.
cassowary?
Yeah.
Oh, the emu. Okay.
Great Emu War. That's what it was called in
Classic.
1932. It was a military operation. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I feel like those are massive. Those birds.
Emus, huge.
But
Yeah.
they are pretty big.
It's absolutely gigantic birds that could just decimate little 4'11" me.
Oh yeah,
So,
absolutely.
just I would not last. I love how this stream has jumped to like 1,500 topics and
Yeah. Hey,
Well,
yeah.
we're neurotypical,
Chilling.
obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Back and
Incredibly
forth.
adorable.
Looping back around.
Yeah.
Neurotypical, cisgender, heterosexual. We're all very. Ignore this. Don't look at it.
It's just a cool flag with cool colors. I don't.
We're
It
just
doesn't mean anything.
super normal.
But that could mean also because I'm kind of reading here that emus have tough hides and that apparently a glancing bullet from a machine gun rarely led to death or severe injury. So our emules can be
Emules,
very,
baby.
Are
very
so cool.
sturdy.
They're so hardy.
Yes.
That's insane. A machine gun?
Yes. That's what it says. So our emules can be hella sturdy. And
That's how they can make it through the teleportation process.
I just remember
That's
I
wild.
need Shan to actually illustrate Ribby
Oh, I know.
riding into the rescue with his 6 shooters on the emu. I need it so bad.
No, the emu adventures are definitely one of those things that like should be a stretch goal on some
So-
backer kit someday.
Y'all need emules in your lives. You don't even
Yeah.
know.
You don't even know. You think sky whales are cool, but have you heard about the emules? They travel. They teleport through fungus.
That is one thing that I would love for us to be able to elaborate on more.
Yeah.
In,
The
like,
MiFi?
No, not just the MiFi, but like, I guess like ecology in general in all of Egeria and especially in the Motley Coast because
I'll be doing it.
we don't
Friday.
do a huge amount of it in what we currently have written, And I feel like it would just be so much fun to just like put out a whole bestiary, just like
Oh yeah,
toss that out
absolutely.
there, you know.
That was one of the
Um,
changes that we need to do for the Motley Coast anyway. Was add a little bit more like bestiary, because like a lot of the other sections have more, and I know it's because a lot of the Motley Coast is farmland, but we've got a big section that is part of the jungle that goes into Bosnia.
Well,
So we've got a few. We could
Mm-hmm.
do some,
and also the ocean. The ocean
in
is
the ocean
incredible.
as well. Exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
we can
Oceans have
also
animals?
what? No, we can
Apparently,
think. We
they
can
do.
think critically too about what farming means, because
yeah.
right now we have kind of this industrial farming thing on in mind, and I do think that we could take other farming techniques into account, um, and maybe do more that would uplift our ability to do more
Mm-hmm.
ecological kinds
Yeah.
of discussion. Um, and there are places like Rigginby or the Falls,
Mm-hmm.
um,
There's definitely some places where you can.
or even
I
like the priest, like the Pathway of the Thousand. All of those could have more ecological.
there's so much like wild open rolling spaces in
There
the
are.
Mountain Coast, and so I feel like there's a lot of space for all sorts of critters and whatnot. And yeah, I mean the seas, the swirling seas will have its own
Mm-hmm.
spread of flora and fauna, right? So it'd be cool for us to like be able to add that stuff, especially like in the future, and also into like other locations that we end up writing. When we started writing um, a bunch for Agni, we took out a lot of the old writing and like tried to preserve a lot of the flora and fauna that was written there. And that was super cool. So like I feel like it'd be fun to also like do so much more of that too.
Not to add
Yeah.
books to our plate, but I do think that I do think that one day, like each continent having its own bestiary would not be outside of the outside of the
Yeah.
Realm of
purview.
possibility.
And
Yeah.
it's, I think one of the reasons why, one of the other reasons I went Motley Coast also doesn't is because we wrote it first. So it's missing a few things that we've added into other regions. So like Bosnia, like I said, we've got actually quite a bit of fauna and flora in Bosnia. Because and we wrote that next, and then now we have even more in Ricklum and the continent of Ricklum, and so like we just need to kind of go back and give the same treatment to the Motley Coast as
Yeah,
what we've been doing
lots of possibilities.
since we started
And
writing
also,
it. Yeah,
and also we already have like sluice mantas and sky whales. Like
yeah,
that's
there's
very good
some,
stuff
yeah,
for
exactly.
doing more. Yeah, so cool.
We have sluice mantas, and we also have we have a predator, a flying predator, but I can't.
Aracudas?
Aracudas.
Kudas, yeah.
We also have aracudas.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
It's really funny how much water we have, and then we're like, let's put them in the air.
they also go in the ocean though,
They do.
Yeah,
It's
they
funny.
both.
and we're gonna be including fishing spots, which will drastically increase our flora and fauna too, because each one of those comes with its own little
Fishing spot.
host of aquatic life that
Yeah.
you can catch while you're fishing.
I really love that like fishing spots idea. Like it was really VD who started that. It was like, I just want fishing. Like, okay.
I just want to go. I just
How do
want to
we
go sit and
figure that out?
fish. Okay, but this is off topic. It has not to do with Confluence very much. But has anyone else started playing web fishing?
I
No.
saw that
Because
today.
it's ridiculous and really does give you the whole experience of sitting and fishing with your friend.
I saw that just today.
It is. It's so cute. It is a game that you like make a server like Don't Starve together,
Mhm.
and then you just go and you fish. It's really just gambling, if we're honest, because which fish you catch is all based on chance, and then you collect all these fish, and then you buy a bunch of outfits with the money that you collect by fishing, and it is ridiculous.
Say it like that.
And you can invite your friends and you just sit and you fish and it's ridiculous and I love it. I'm playing it too much for like the last week and a half. Yeah. Just to say,
It does
just
seem very cozy.
talking about fishing.
The graphics are very like shoot. Uh what's the farming game everybody got into because of the pandemic on the Switch?
Stardew?
Stardew Valley.
No. Um
Farming?
the one with like the guy who lends you all of the money and like,
Animal Crossing?
Animal
Yeah.
Crossing, that's not farming.
I always think it's farming. I don't know why, but like my brain
I
always
literally thought Animal Crossing when you said it, and I was like, that's not farming. And then you were like, no, it is the right one, though. And I'm like,
yeah, the graphics are very Animal Crossing, right? They're kind of
They are, yeah.
Lorbo shaped.
Yes. I believe that game came out of like just a tiny little game jam. I'm not sure that they were prepared for the number of people that are now playing it.
Nice.
It is hilarious and a good time. I feel like I need to say I'm not being funded by web fishing. Not
This is not a sponsored post.
but I would take a sponsor from web fishing if they wanted.
What other games have you guys been playing? I've been playing Palia a lot.
Which one?
Palia.
Palia, yeah, okay.
What's that?
Palia is an MMO, cozy MMO where it is farming actually. You can farm, you can fish, you can hunt, you can craft furniture, make a house with your friends and whatnot. It's you get your own big lot and you can design it however you want it, and it's really pretty. It's very glitchy in a kind of funny way. Like there's lots of funny little glitches. I don't think they've fixed a bunch over time, so it's just glitchy all the time.
Oh no!
How lovely!
But it's still a lot of fun, and there's like lots of there's a storyline involved, and you can romance all of the villagers, not all of them, but like most of them, and you can romance them at the same time, which is kind of funny. Like you're not, it's not like kind of like you know how Stardew is like you can only marry one of them, right? Pelia's like you can actually date all of them all at the same time, and they won't mind. And every
Living
other
that poly
player,
life.
You're right.
because it's an MMO, everybody can
yeah.
also date like the same villager all at the same time.
Oh, wow. Oh, definitely
kind of
poly.
funny.
Wow.
Yeah. It's
Okay,
really
but okay. Now I have a question though. Does
Yes.
does each player only get a certain amount of time with that villager, or are there just many copies of that villager?
No, it's just one villager walking around, and like sometimes you'll catch like another player talking to said villager, and you talk to them too, and they're talking to you too, and it's like, yeah,
That's
whatever.
hilarious,
yeah,
and I love that.
yeah.
Oh
It's
my
also very
gosh.
starting. You give them gifts, and they love you in return. You know, you progress.
Buy the love in your life.
Also, it's free to play, so it's really
Alright.
fun. I really enjoy it. I play it with my wife. Oh my god, my wife.
Joey.
I know it's so gay. It's the gayest thing ever. But also like wild, right? That like in my country nobody knows. I'm not legal here. It's like secret or something. But yeah, I play it with Pam, and we have a grand old time. And also, the latest 7.1 patch for FF14 is coming on Tuesday, so that's also another thing. What about you guys? I feel like I've been talking about the games I've been playing.
I don't know. I got back into Mass Effect again, trying to play a legendary version. My controller crapped out, which I was sad about because I only had it for like a year.
Oh, that's
and
bad.
so I had to get
Oh,
another
that's
one, and
sad.
I'm annoyed about it, but it's fine.
Like, is it
I
dead? Dead?
guess.
Is it like dead? Dead?
So I think I could probably get it um fixed, but one of the joysticks kind of like gets stuck moving forward. And so
Oh,
Oh, that's unfortunate.
yeah. And in Mass Effect 1 especially, movement's already really jank, even in like the updated like
yeah.
masterclass version. It's like better than it 20 years ago, but it's not great. So like when you're
Yeah.
in the Mako, which is the vehicle you drive around,
So
you
horrible
can't
to drive and what?
do what you need to
So
do.
bad.
It's like it's already shit. So like it's not a game to play if you've got a janky controller. Um yeah.
Nice.
So yeah, so I'm trying to play through
I-
on Legendary this time. We'll see how it goes.
I believe in you. I've been playing Dragon Age Veilguard. I've been playing the new one.
I am so
how is
mad.
it? How is
So
it? I'm
mad,
so
Seven.
curious.
You're mad?
Yes,
Why?
Why?
because I bought
you
and
wanna play?
downloaded. No, I bought and downloaded the game. Was able to play the first day, and I have not been able to actually get it to play since then.
No.
Why? What's wrong with it?
It's just some error. Like when I try to load, like it just
Oh,
gives me just some like it can't
Can
load.
you
or whatever.
undownload and redownload? Can you
Is it
undownload?
specs?
Can you re-download it?
Took
I'm
forever
a
to
computer person.
download. It took
Is
forever.
is it your computer or is it like a bug?
I think it's just something that they're gonna have to patch because a lot of people are having that issue. A lot of people are like I haven't been able to play it all, so it's just
Oh, that's
something. Yeah, they're gonna have to fix. And it's been like 5 days, and I'm just like, but I want to be gay
No.
and play Dragon Age.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I try
No,
like
I've,
every day and nothing.
I've enjoyed all the gays on TikTok and their commentary on the not gays who have problems with the fact that you can be gay.
Yeah,
As if Dragon Age, as if this is the first time Dragon Age has ever been gay.
right.
It's never been gay
BioWare
before.
games, famously super
Right.
Not
heterosexual.
gay.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
they're wild. How are you
I really
enjoying
enjoyed
Seven?
it. My roommate has like a lot more criticisms of it, and like they're totally fair criticisms. I would say that like the gameplay and the movement and the combat and stuff is really lovely. I've had a lot of fun with that, but yeah, some of the world got all of the edges sanded off. They're like, you can be in this group that helps slaves get away, but you also don't ever see a slave or interact with that story at all. They're like, yeah, elves are like everyone's super racist against elves, except for in this game where it just will never come up really ever. And it was like they had all these things going on in their previous games that were world points, and now they're like, we're not interacting with that, but you can do combos in your combat. And I'm like, okay. So it feels a little sanitized, and a little lighthearted. Like there's never a moment in the game where it feels very serious-ish. Even when big serious things happen, it always feels like the game just kind of moves on and is kind of happy.
It's Dragon Age. It's not
I
supposed to be
know.
happy.
I don't know what to tell you. Even though I just went through a quest line where it was like, go find these 4 people, and like 3 of the 4 were dead, and I got back and I was like, sorry, they didn't make it, but I brought back like their pet, and they're like, well, I guess I'll look after the pet. Do you think he likes carrots? And I'm like, what about the part where 3 of your friends are dead and they just don't talk about it? And you're like, okay, I'm sure that's fine. I don't know if they were just like, maybe the world's too dark and it needs to be a happier game or what. I don't know.
That's an interesting.
I feel
choice.
that.
It definitely it feels a little weird, a little bit. And also I'm mad because like 3 or 4 years ago, whenever they first posted any promotional stuff for the game, everything had like pink laser borders and stuff. It looked like it was going to be cyberpunky. And in the opening of the game, you're in this like mage punk city at night where you have like floating like magical neon sigil signs and stuff, and it looks cyberpunky, and it's like raining and it's nighttime. And then after that opening scene, you never get that again. There's nothing about the game that is like that. Everything is like traditional fantasy Dragon Age experience. You're just in like, fantasy medieval towns, and you never get that experience again. And I find that so weird because I feel like it was part of their marketing when they first showed everything, was that it was like mage punk cyberpunky, and then it's not a part of the game at all in any way.
Interesting. I wonder why that. Those seem like very interesting choices. I wonder why. Did they just change strategies like at some point?
Yeah, it was going to be a live service game. Originally, it was
Oh,
going to be an online live service
Mm.
I
game,
did
and
hear about
they
that.
shifted during development. I'm not sure how far into development. So, like, a lot of things did have to change, but I don't know how much of that relates to the aesthetic.
I did hear about that. I did hear like somebody else I know who tried it out said that they can see the bits where it was obviously supposed to be a live service and then like it's still kind of there strangely. But
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Hmm, hmm, hmm. But overall, what would you say?
I enjoy it. I'm like 15 or something hours in. Like, I've been having a lot of fun. I feel like I was going in with just like, I want brain rot activity. And so I was like, this is great. And then other people were like, here's really honest concerns and critiques. And I was like, oh yeah, you're right. This is completely like edgeless. There hasn't been a single part of this where I was like, oh, that's hard. There was one moment where you come back from a mission and they immediately just ambush you with one of those like, you have to save this or this. You can't pick both, and the one that you don't pick will hate you. And I was like, oh, this feels like the first and only time that anything like this has happened. And I was like already 10 hours in. And I was like shocked because I was like, I feel like this will be bad. And then my roommate was like, if it doesn't really matter, the one you don't pick, it will change, but like no one will actually be all that mad at you and it's fine. And I was like, oh, well, that doesn't feel important anymore. So
The stakes are a little
it's weird
high.
because the stakes are huge. It's another like world ending kind of thing, but it's also like the stakes feel like not very important.
Interesting, interesting.
Fascinating.
It happens. Whoops. Dragon Age. I'm still having a lot of fun. And as far as it being another Bioware game, I think that people have a lot of good times with most of the characters.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm still waiting.
Well, I believe that you'll have your time, and then you'll have your own experience, and you won't
I
be
hope
mad
you
at it
get
at
there.
all.
I hope you get there, Candy.
Yeah.
I hope they patch it out. Oh gosh.
I
That
feel like
sounds like a rough.
oh god, what do you call them? Like the gamers when when they're in the middle of the game and they get mad and like throw their controllers and shit. I'm like that trying to get in. I'm like, I just want to get in and play.
Let me in, Eric
That
Andre.
cool.
Let me
I just
in.
want to get in and play. Like I'm not like that during games. But yeah,
Just like if
just
technical
wanna
difficulties stop you from
get in.
playing.
Yeah.
I was
I mean,
having
yeah.
problems where it got really laggy, and I had to move it to my solid state drive.
That's what I'm gonna probably do. There's a lot of people who are saying that didn't do anything for them. They still can't get it to play, but I'll probably yeah.
It
redownload
happens.
solid state. I had to like
All right.
delete a bunch of games, uninstall a bunch of games
Whoops.
that I haven't played in years
Yeah.
anyway, so it doesn't matter.
All right, y'all. We are coming up on the end of this
Yeah.
10-hour stream. It has
We're
been
just
a
hanging
joy
out.
to
Yep.
sit here with all of you.
Just chill,
So
hang
let's
out.
let's give the rundown, I
Yeah.
guess, of all the stuff. Okay, so we are currently either doing cross promo or doing cross collab with the following. Transgender Deathmatch Legends 2 is currently up. For you to back, they just funded today. Highly recommend we get some of those stretch goals. Jay Dragon, who's also doing an adventure for us, is going to be a guest writer over there if we can hit that stretch goal on that. Um, campaign, so go for that. And then also Fatebound, which just hit $10,000, well above what they were anticipating. They had to make new stretch goals for the amount of stuff they got, which
Yeah.
is so rad. We
That's
love
awesome.
to see that, and but obviously still go back it. If you back both of us, you will get the adventure, The Fates of Those Who Dream, which will combine both of our games, which is going to be super fun and weird, and will also come with some, as I said earlier, some look into the future at future regions, because it doesn't take place in Motley Coast. And I think those are our two main ones right now. There are a bunch of other stuff that's happening that we'll probably post about this week in terms of coming updates. Look for us on some of the. We've got an article coming out this week. We can't actually tell
Oh
you
yeah,
where
we got the
any of
article.
these things are coming from,
Yeah.
but you'll see them. We have an article coming out this week. We have a outside of Ponderkind's one shot. We will have a streamed playtest happening starting the day after we end. So look out for that.
Okay.
We have an interview coming out from the person we cannot mention. We have another interview coming out from Queer RPG, which I can talk about. So they did a review of our game, and they will have an interview coming out this week. And Kandi will be on an interview on Friday, doing
Yay.
weird like the writing of weird
Strange
ecologies,
yeah.
which will happen right
Yeah.
as we are ending this adventure, this crowdfunding adventure. So and then obviously Ponderkinds also, we will give you the PST times for that, but that will be happening on Friday, 4:30 GMT plus 8. I think that's it. I think those are all the things.
Yeah, that's
still-
all.
We still have plenty of
So
our
much.
special pledge levels open for people, so go check those out. And also pay attention to the updates, because we will have our regional pricing link up for anyone outside of the US, Canada, and the EU. Basically anywhere the the USD is a little harder for folks to afford our game. We want our PDF to be, at least our PDF to be, more affordable for you. So that's on sale for $18 for the PDF bundle. Yeah. I can't wait to see you next week for our stream.
Yeah.
Also as we end. So come hang out with us then too. Thank you all so much for being here. Kandi, thank you for running the back half of this. It's been a long day. Also, Kandi helped me set up my OBS this morning, so has really been here the whole day. Let's be real. Sin and Seven, you both did segments today, and they were both awesome. So thank you.
Thank you.
And
Hey, people.
yeah, I guess we'll see you later. Thank you so much for joining us, everyone.
Yes.
Have a good
Ta-ta.
day.